Okay. Welcome, Drew. Early. Yeah, I guess it's like 30 seconds early. Whatever. It's such a pain in the ass with my setup, which I'll show you when we get started here, that I just wanted to just get it going, because it's actually physically uncomfortable to be sitting here and not in the standing position for VR. Okay. All right. Hey, Drew, hey, Corey, AI Wind. Hey, Matt. All right. Okay. So I pre-ordered Half-Life Alyx this afternoon. So hopefully gonna be all good for that. Gotta turn on my light here. Okay. There we go. Alright. Just catching up the VOD. Yep. The old Half-Life 2. Let me make sure that YouTube chat's showing up properly now that we actually got someone in YouTube chat here. Yeah, good enough. I can read chat here. Early Yeehaw, Dreadgasm, Yo, Cacodemon, Yo Purry, just finished catching up with the VOD. And then VR Stonks, lol. Man, this VR stuff is gonna be funny. Okay. Sure. Alright. LC. Yep, Stonks never higher. Learn how to solder and make a basic LED blinking light. Now time to do low-level USB. Good fucking luck. Good luck. Playing poor games of VR? Sure? Hello, Fade Roll. Save space on the virus. I'm running a low-grade fever, so probably not. No. It'll be fine, though. I probably won't die on camera. It would be the second time somebody has died adjacent to my stream. I'm fucking cursed. Okay. Yeah, take your pants off. You don't need them for this stream. That's why you don't see below here usually. But this is one of those first times, one of the first streams where actually we will see below. You won't be able to see my kick-ass toe socks I got on, though. Yeah, the second time. Yeah. It's been a while. Yep, the Finale Shenmue 2. OG viewers would know. And I don't want to keep retreading the story over and over again, so I won't. Okay. I gotta hydrate before this. I figured out while testing that it is not recommended to try and drink water or anything while you're VRing, because you're just gonna go and then knock over anything on your table. You paid $5 for somebody to Photoshop a mask onto your avatar? I'm in the wrong business. Alright. Gotta loosen up. Actually had to stretch before this. That's another thing I figured out when I was testing yesterday, is that, well, I already knew that I was out of shape, but I am even more out of shape than I thought. Get a straw? Well, if I was really serious about it, and something I might consider getting for Alyx is using a Camelback. I used to have one. I used to have a Camelback. I don't know what happened to it. Back when I was a motorcyclist, I had a Camelback and used that for drinking on the go. Just feed it up through the bottom of the helmet. If I make noises getting up in the morning, I old? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Getting limber here. Well, the Valve headset, the Index, has a little expansion thing on the front with a like USB port and a slot for something about that big. So maybe you could develop an attachment that like clicks into there and then it dispenses, like it miss your liquid of choice into your mouth or something. Ugh. Okay. All right. So let's get started here. So my plan is for now until pretty much when Alex comes out, I'm gonna start off the stream with a little bit of VR, like maybe up to an hour per session, until we get to Moss. Moss will obviously be longer because I plan on playing through the whole game. But the point of me doing assorted VR games here is to get my C legs and my VR legs ready for Alex, because that's going to be a standing up game. You can play it seated, but it's probably going to be best to play it standing up. And wearing a VR headset for more than a short period of time is something that you actually have to physically adjust your body to. If you're not like a fighter pilot or an astronaut or something, chances are you're not going to be comfortable with things that are happening in a VR visor, like a combination of factors of like low resolution, sometimes it doesn't quite keep up, maybe problems with tracking. Just even the little slightest bit of wobble in your VR is enough to like tell your inner ear like, hey, something's not right here. And then, at least as far as I go, I go from 0 to barfing very quickly if things go wrong in VR, but it is something that you can get used to. So I wanted to kind of ease my way into it before we got going with Half-Life Alyx and all that. Yeah, it is called VR sickness. That is an actual thing. It's a kind of a different sensation than motion sickness, because I get motion sick too, and it is like if I had to describe motion sickness as kind of a spinning sensation, VR sickness is more like that. It's really fucking weird. But it is something you can adjust yourself to. Same thing with like seasickness and all that. If you're on a boat for a long time, you just get used to it. And gonna be something similar here with VR stuff. All right. Hey, Hidden. Welcome. Hey, Rip here. Going backwards first time in VR? Yeah. Yeah. And it's also why a lot of the VR stuff has different options for how you move around in the game world. So yeah, that'll be what we do here. Okay, so before we jump into things, I want to show my setup for this. So if you're unfamiliar with VR stuff, so this is the headset I'm going to be using. This is an HTC Vive. This is one of the early generations of VR headsets. So it's about that big. Here's what the lenses on the inside of it look like. So you can see through here. There's the chat. Oh. So I can actually see the chat. Like there's YouTube chat on the left there, and there's my Steam friends list is over there. So that's what the lenses look like. You can see there's a cutout kind of towards the middle where the nose is. They aren't completely circular. So that's what this headset looks like. And then embedded in it is all these notches in there. Those are for IR emitters, and that's actually a camera. There's an IPD adjuster right there, that little knob. And then you can physically move this forward and back. You can see these little ridges right there. This is pushed all the way forward towards my face. It can be extended out, but then that increases the binocular effect, is I think what it's called. Okay, and here's the controller. So there's 2 of them that come with the Vive. So it's got this kind of weird shape to it, like that. So there is a touchpad here with a click-in function. So it functions like a laptop touchpad, essentially. There's a home button here for getting to the Steam menu. There's a menu button here for use in games. And there is a trigger, which is analog, like that. So it's analog the whole way, and then it clicks in at the end. And then we got 2 buttons here called the grip buttons. So you can press either one of those, and generally you press it like that with your fingers. Also involved in the setup is these are the base stations. So I have 2 of them for my setup. There's one here and then one over here in the corner. And so this covers the whole play space that I'm using pretty dang well. They just need to be off the floor and within view of pretty much your whole play space. Let's see. So how the headset connects is through this thing. So this is the junction box here. So it's got power, HDMI, and USB. So the headset plugs in here, and then these plug into the computer. I have the USB and HDMI into a hub right here, and then that's going into my computer. So I got a NVIDIA 2070 Super video card, and I'm using an 8-core, relatively recent Intel CPU. It's like a 7820X is I think the model of it. And yeah, that's what I'm working with there. Okay, so let's do it, shall we? I would have been using an HTC Vive for all this, but or no, not an HTC Vive, a Valve Index, but I wasn't able to get my order in time, so sure. All right, let's do it. When I turn on all my electronics, does the town dim? Sometimes. Sometimes. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. All right, so we got the full body cam here. I gotta move over my my chair out of the way here. Get this out of frame. Best I can. Okay. Alright. Gotta make sure my dang. Alright. Put the mic pack back there. Alright. Yep, mini Purry down here. Okay. Alright, time to get sexy and put on this headset here. Okay, so the first one I want to get going here. Hey, Inver. Yeah, I know, I have to put on pants for this. I'm wearing shorts as usual. I literally do not own pants. The first one I want to get into here is something called the Lab. This is kind of the tech demo type thing that that Valve produced for this. So here's the cool logo that they do for it. And then the Lab. Okay, data starts. Okay. Jorts? No, I do not wear jorts, please. These are basketball shorts. Even though I haven't played basketball in years and years. Okay. Alright. Let me get these without knocking over my water. Okay, so I believe this should be showing up just fine on the stream. Yep. Okay, good. So, the original version of the Lab, gotta Got to put these on for actual safety here. So the original version of the lab didn't have these robo hands. It just showed your Vive controller. But since Valve did the new controllers for the Index, they changed these to robot hands, and a few other things did too. So we can do that. All right, let's. So we got subtitles on. Let's do this.
Hello, test traveler, and welcome to the Aperture Science Sub-Universe Exploration Center.
Can you watch in VR? No, I considered doing that, but in my tests, it is like it's unwatchable. Okay, so
Please use your spatial reassignment wand to move forward.
spatial reassignment wand. So it it even just shows your controllers
Use your
here.
wand to move forward.
All right.
This is the Aperture Science face-mounted portal sphere. It is your gateway to a vast continuum of undiscovered worlds. These undiscovered
Are
worlds
we in crouch
may
cam?
also contain undiscovered diseases,
Oh, we're good.
natural disasters,
Shit,
airborne
don't say things like that. I
and
can't
apex
fucking
predators
see.
that hunt humans for sport. Put the portal sphere on your face now.
Okay, so reach down. You have to hold down the trigger.
You have not put the portal sphere on your face yet. Please do so now.
Okay. All right. Vesper Peak, huh? All right. So we got a little robot dog over there. So here's the here's how you do locomotion in this one at least. So you hold down the thumb pad thing here, and then you see this cursor where you can move around. So if I let go here, it'll warp me over there. So this is one of the locomotion options that's going to be present in Half-Life Alyx. So the point of this is you can play fetch with the dog. With robot dog. It's down there somewhere. There it is. Off the cliff. Get out of here, dog. Okay. All right. So now the buttons really want me to go to the lab. Sure. Okay. And then down here at the bottom, it shows what the center of my play area is to make sure you're not...
Test traveler of Pocket Universe Lab 8 has returned from an experiment.
Yep. Okay, so I have played the lab a little bit here, even though it reset all my data, so there's some extra stuff on the floor over here, on this table. But, let's see what we got here. So this is... Well, first off, we have important business. There we go. Okay. Alright, so this is Vortex 26XX, Experiment Zenith Omega. Uplinks to a drone fighter capable of maneuvering through a hail of enemy fire as it shoots down attackers. Comments PPP. Okay. Good. Let's do it. Black Mesa for life. Okay, so we got this old school arcade looking thing. So you need to pick up the ship here, and then it binds to your cursor. And then let's just do classic. So for this, all you need to do is only move the controller. And you just point the ship at these things, and it'll automatically shoot. And then you need to keep the ship from getting hit by anything. Like this. I think we can... Whoop. So I can see all of this stuff in 3D space, so I know to... If I need to if I need to thread the needle, I can, but I'm not very good at threading a needle. Okay, so that's that one. You're already tired. Oh man, me too.
Traveler of Pocket Universe Lab 8.
Okay, so this one is just, hey, do you want to go look around some photospheres? And no, I don't, as it turns out. Okay, over here we got, what is this? Storehouse filled with magical artifacts we believed are most commonly used to defend ancients. Shh. Okay. I don't remember these actually. Those are new, I want to say. Okay. So this is some dumb Dota thing, I guess. And now my headset can't even see me. Okay. So there's... Sure? I guess this is all Dota stuff. For saves and deaths in VR, I'm gonna have my phone in my pocket and I'm gonna go like that.
Standing alone in the dark.
Showing a window now with my taskbar. Okay, hold on.
Terrible host. Here,
Oh,
take my life.
where did that do
I know
that?
my way around well enough without it.
Secret ship.
Don't be afraid.
Interesting.
There is plenty to see.
Okay, thanks for telling me.
All you have to do is look. But don't be surprised if something looks back. Treasures may hide in even the darkest corners. I was just closing up. But don't let that concern you. When it's time for lights out, well, you'll see. Well, I have a few deliveries to... Oh, there now. Good thing Roclair is out for the night. Maybe I do need a light in here. Farewell, my friend.
Okay, well this is... Okay. So this is what the old UI used to look like for the lab. So I have a feeling they didn't update this for for the new lab stuff. Sure? This is all Dota shit, I'm assuming. Okay. Sure. And this is more Dota shit. Okay. And we... Oh, that is... Sure? I don't know which way is forward anymore. Oh. Is that a doter? We pet the doggo. Whatever that... Oh god. Yep, that's I can grab the light. Well, I don't think so. Sure. Oh, there's Froggo. Oop. All right. Wait. Just, okay. Have you seen these rogues? Boistery, sure. And this is more Dodo. I guess. Okay, this one is let's get out of here. That one sucks. The ice frog. Okay, so they're all dodo things. Well, I don't dodo, so I don't know. Okay.
Successful completion of experiment in Pocket Universe Lab 8.
Sure. All right, we'll save those for literally never. Okay. Traverse to Aperture Science, where a damaged ADD 7796 Rob requires assistance. So that's what happened to Lab 44. Okay. That's the Atlas. So this is the Portal 2 thing, I guess.
Lab 8. Congratulations, test traveler.
Sure. Don't hang in there, ground yourself. Good point. All right. Robot repair. Oh, is this gonna be? Okay, I think it's gonna be in small window again. Whenever it loads. All right.
Hello, Repair Associate, and welcome to the Robot Rehabilitation and Wellness Center.
Oh my
Our
God.
records indicate that you are the inaugural
That's as big as it
participant
gets.
of the Diversity Outreach Program. You are holding dual aperture science prosthetic multi-tools. Please charge them in the multi-tool charging station.
Okay, well, if it's gonna be that small, we're not doing it. Good old the lab. So these are all different executables, I guess. And they didn't update all of them to the new tech, so sure.
Test traveler has
Okay,
survived
well this one
without
kind of sucks anyways.
Pocket Universe Lab.
All right, now we're here for the real shit. All right. So this, oh geez. Okay. All right, longbow. Connects to a castle under siege where archery skills must defend against a rampaging horde. Wait, isn't that a recurve bow? Shut up, Daryl.
109.
Okay. All right. Okay, so this should... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, yeah, they're actually in different engines. Yep. Okay, so... There's us. There's the horde. So let's do it. Alright. The horde is threatening our castle. So we got a bow down here. We got... all that. Global leaderboard. Okay. So we got that sets off that over there. Sure. All right. So left hand on the bow, pick it up. Right hand has that. You just get him close like that. Pull him back and then miss. And then just start dumping. All right. And then you gotta hit those for points. One day I'll hit one of those. So this is... This part of the lab is better than most paid VR games. Alright, one day I'll hit a balloon, there we go. It doesn't help that YouTube chat is like right over where I'm aiming. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Oh man, also my arm. Hey, Boix. Yep. It's a bow and arrow wave shooter. Of course. And then the balloons are actually what gives you points. Oh man. Okay. Oh geez. Alright, let's just do that. Oh man, my arm. Yep, heavy breathing simulator. This is actually requires way more out of you than a lot of other stuff. Okay. Super hot. I actually have Super Hot. Super Hot VR. But that one's, I didn't install it yet, so it's not on the cards for now. Okay. Oh. All right. Whew. Okay. All right. So yeah, that is Longbow. It is really good.
Welcome back, test traveler.
Okay, and then there's this. Slingshot. And I'm pretty sure this one is... Yeah, that one's in source as well. Okay, so we got...
Welcome, core calibration trainee. When you're ready, approach the calibration unit and begin calibrating cores.
Sure.
Approach the calibration unit and begin calibrating cores.
Okay. All right.
You
Oh, hey, hi. So excited. Are you the calibration guy? Great, great. It's my first time. Pleased to meet you. What's your name? I'm Gil.
Sure.
When did it start, by the way? I mean, oh my gosh, are we doing it already? I mean, did it start? Oh, hey!
Dang it.
Am I up for calibration? I can't see anything, but, you know, sounded like something was going on with that
Come on.
Hi, I'm Trevor. I'm with the Work From Home Core Group. You have any kids? They grow up so fast, don't they? What if I told you I could make you a millionaire from the comfort of your own
There we go.
Welcome to the inaugural flight of the Aperture Science Core-driven Air Travel Initiative.
Hey.
The guy who'll be flying the airplane, speaking.
Sure.
Just a few minutes, I'll drive the airplane over that big road where airplanes go from the ground into the sky. So please do up the cloth strap that clicks together over your lap.
threshold reached. Sending.
I provide rhythm. Finish calibrating me for better rhythm. Although these are very good rhythms. Yes. Goodbye rhythm.
Why, hello, weary calibration trainee. Tell me, do you like stories? Oh, you do?
I need butter!
Dang it.
Butter! I need butter. A whole butter! And I'm here.
A whole butter.
Yeah!
Ah. That it? That. All right, hold up. banana. Okay.
Oh, hey, hi. So excited. Are you the calibration guy? Great, great. It's my first time. Pleased to meet you.
Oh, hey.
Am I going too far back? Yeah, this one.
I can't see anything, but you know.
This one really makes you move back a whole lot.
What?
Yeah, I had to.
Hi,
Like
I'm with the work from home course.
So where I'm supposed to be standing, I am the catapult right now.
You a millionaire from the comfort of your own calibration platform. You already know how people get rich. Magic. Magic spells. You don't. But what if I told you we could
get me out of here? So yeah, some of them are really weird with how this works. Okay.
Test Traveler of Pocket Universe Lab 8 has returned from an experiment.
Okay. And then as you do these activities, more crap appears on the table here. So like...
Very good rhythms detected in Pocket Universe Lab 8. Experiment Fuller Siphon is now
so if we...
a series of multi-spatial parallel timelines in Pocket Universe Lab 98.
And our doggo's gonna go get it.
Object retrieval training underway in Pocket Universe Lab 8.
And then probably the best part is that you can get this and then just
Evidence dispersal needed in Pocket Universe Lab 8. Quickly deploy test.
and then do that and then balloons spawn. It's way easier to get these balloons in this part. And then these spawn. Like this is top tier VR game in here. Oh man. And yeah, this is free. This is just if you have a VR headset, this is something you can get for free on the Steam store. And then there's this thing, so if you use the touchpad, you can change which color it is, and then hold down the trigger for balloons.
A relic has been authorized for immediate test transit in Pocket Universe Lab 25.
Like this is great. And then this thing, so you hold down the trigger for a drone, and then hold down the touchpad for missiles.
Attention Test Traveler in Pocket Universe Lab 8. Please explain yourself.
And then you get an outlets to throw over there. And then same for this thing. This is a dodo, I guess. Sure. And that you can also do like that. And that's pretty much the lab. It's neat. And they got all this on there. It is very neat. Conjunctivitis is everybody's responsibility. Not an emergency science bidet. Very important. The emergency science bidet can be found in Pocket Universe Lab 56. There you go. So where's the iWatch station? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Good that they can't keep it where it's actually needed. Okay, so that is the lab. I'm going to exit out the lab here. And we will do this one. So this game I got with this is a paid game. This game was in the recent Humble Bundle VR bundle. Oh geez. What the hell is this? This is new. So this is Space Pirate Simulator. How do I change change the gun here. I don't... Okay. Kinda loud? Alright, hold on. This game has some dubstep. There you go. Okay. Oh, there we go. Now I got a gun. Sure. Gun and shield. Let's do it. Okay. So this is... This is a wave shooter. And then I can block those. Sure. I'm not sure how you get rid of the shield, but because every other time I've tried this, I had a second gun. How many VR games are just wave shooters? A lot. The third game I wanted to show tonight is not a wave shooter. Okay, let's go with this. Can't hit me if I do this. I'm assuming the shield is just infinite. And you can also turn off bullet time. So I'm not sure what the... Ooh. What the hitbox even is. For this, if I could just have the shield like this, and then just... Because this certainly makes things a little too easy. Let's see, there's also... I believe this is a railgun? Or no. One of these is a railgun. Okay. So this one you gotta hold the trigger and then let go, and it gives them the business. And actually aiming down the sight in this is very touchy for some reason. Shit. Alright, back to this. So I don't know if the shield is obscuring the game feed or not, but I can't see shit behind this. All right. And this is way farther than I made it before, but all the other times I played this, I didn't have a shield. Yeah, it probably does get more challenging, and it'd probably be even more difficult if this Oh jeez. Oh jeez. If bullet time wasn't a thing. Oh god. What the? What is all this? Alright, shotgun. Nice mouse pointer? What mouse pointer? If you're just fucking with me here, then That's not a good idea. You just put that out there on the mouse pointer thing. Oh shit, what the hell? Oh, I got a shield, sure. Oh, it is on screen, okay. Oh, I'm not sure why that would be there. I'm not sure if I can pause it. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Man, this is so much easier with the shield. I have a feeling the mouse cursor got there because of my weird chat viewer program that I have to use.
Shield deployed.
Whew. Great that I can shoot my own shield. What is I guess this is a boss? I should probably be using the railgun on it. Got him. Whew. Oh, I am not ready to rock. Alright, end me. Alright. This is... Whew. This game is a lot of fun. Like, there's not a whole lot to this game, but it's pretty good. Okay. Alright, and then the other one is this one. So this one is weird. This one is bizarre. Alright, hopefully it starts in full screen. So this is Gorn. Alright, I'm not sure if does a VR feed show that? Okay, it does. Alright, so every time I move, it puts this border around the center of the screen. It's called comfort mode, and it's like that for me because of the way this game works. Alright. Press and hold to grab world. So I gotta hold down on the touchpad and release. And this is how you move in this game. It's like you're actually fucking swimming. This is... Okay. Alright. So that's how you locomote in this game.
You think you are special? Do you even know fight? Make your fist and show you know fight.
Alright.
Salute me and fight.
Okay. Turn up the volume there. Okay. Yeah, there's a white bar at the top, but that's supposed to be there because of that's just the way that VR games are handled. That's the title screen bar. I can't directly capture the gameplay feed. Oh geez. What the? What the hell? Mic it?
Make your fist and show you know fight. Salute me and fight.
So I can't directly capture the headset feed because the chat is being embedded in it. Bonk.
Raise your hands. Victory is yours.
Celebratory hands in the air. All right, so this is Gorn. It's it's fucking weird. Okay, so movement options. All right, rotation is off. Grab and pull. Sure. This will be helpful. So. Oh, okay. So I can rotate with the left thumb pad. That's gonna make this easier. Okay. Because I tried this out yesterday and trying to do rotation was not a good idea. Okay. Alright, Berserker, let's do it. Okay.
You think you have what it takes to survive? Win your first challenge. Then you will become a fighter. Hold your weapon and salute.
Alright. There's a duck over there. Right there. Or maybe that's a seagull. Oop. Oop. Alright. Bonk. Got him. Whew. Oh, that's right. Turn around. Okay, down to this guy. Bonk, bonk. I'm dying? Okay.
You think you have what it takes to survive? Win your first challenge.
There's also, the crowd is pretty good. It's just disembodied heads.
And salute.
Dude from work worried about the virus coming in early all week because of it. Nice. But what's stopping you from being worried about it? Alright. Having the rotation thing is messing with quick locomotion here. Bonk. Bonk. Okay. Alright. Yep, now this is video gaming. Bonk, bonk. Bonk. If there was gonna be any game that would cause me to break my TV or something, or break something in the apartment, it would be this game. And then yeah, this is.
Do you want to quit? It would be easier. Go on. The door is there.
Yeah, I gotta change the.
Not a coward. Take up your weapon and salute us.
Where's the? That's the door, I think. Okay. Yeah, who wouldn't want a bonk? Okay, I gotta. Oh, jeez. VR gaming, boys. Yeah, that's how door handles work. This one. Smooth. Okay, there's smooth. All right, we'll just do that. Okay. All right. Yeah, VR gaming. Okay, so we got Berserker, General. I'm assuming these are difficulty levels. Okay. This is some locomotion here.
You think you have what it takes to survive? Win your first challenge. You will become a fighter. Hold your weapon and salute.
Okay. So I gotta hold down the trigger this whole time. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Bonk, damn you. Alright. Bonk, 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 bonk. Hey. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alright. Thoroughly bonked. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
That's difficult for you.
Got him.
Do you want to quit? It would be easier.
Let's...
Go on. The door is there.
Alright, so we get the...
If you're not a coward. Pick up your weapon and salute us.
Can we get 2? Oh, geez, this is... this... Yep, this... Okay. Alright. Who wants some? Bonk. Alright, can't handle the double bonk. Okay. Oh, hello. Now this is the strat.
Many fighters get to see a good fight. Not many get to see the sunset. Take up your weapon and salute.
Wait, can I? Okay, hold up. Can I? All right. Oh, you gotta take the weapon. All right, fine. Oh, what did I just hit? Oh, it's my chair. Okay. Where am I? Can we? Oh, no. Lame. Ow, my face. Oh, that's my chair. Okay. Yeah, this is probably a quality speed game. Oh geez. Oh, okay. Okay. Bonk. 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 Okay.
So, fighter.
All right.
None of you are special. Only one will fight my champion.
Fight the champion. Am I the champion?
Take your shield and cower, or slaughter everyone. Salute us, and prepare to fight free for all.
Wait, what? Oh, geez. Free for all. All right. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Oh, shit. Okay, give me that. Give me that. That's fine. Oh. Yep. All right. Oh. Yeah, shit. I was just... Where even am I? Oh, fuck. That's the computer. Okay, this is not a safe game to play. Okay. Alright, Gorn. Alright, exit VR. Alright, I think we're done. Luckily, I didn't break anything. But, oh boy. Oh, VR. Oh man, I'm all sweaty now. Like, oh jeez. Okay. Alright. So yeah, VR is a hell of a time. Holy shit. I'm actually not at all nauseous right now. The only reason I stopped that is because I was getting damn near close to ruining my computer. Oh boy, you need like a warehouse to be able to do this properly. Okay. Alright, let me get my setup over here. Alright. Yeah, VR is a lot of fun. Whew. Okay. Yeah, that's like you can tell I'm disheveled now. Alright, let me get my audio pack off here. Woo! So luckily Moss, the VR game that I was thinking of doing the full playthrough of is... Alright, hold up, I gotta stop the timer on this. Moss is a it's like a platformer, I guess, kind of. Oh dang, my headset, my Bluetooth transmitter got disconnected from my body pack here. That's how hard I was swinging it. Oh boy. But yeah, Moss is a low impact game, and I get the feeling that Half-Life Alyx will be as well. So I shouldn't have any issues with knocking over things in my room in Half-Life Alyx. Okay. But good. It looks like my chat thing worked, besides like the mouse cursor showing up. I'm not sure what the hell I can even do about that. I don't know. Okay, what next? This FF7 remix. Whew. Okay, so let's switch over to Half-Life. Now that I'm all hot and bothered here. Alright, so in Half-Life 2, where we left off was Nova Prospect, which is a decent amount into the game. Let's officially change this over. Alright, so we left off in Half-Life in Nova Prospect, which is a decent way through the game. And yeah, should be able to beat it tonight, because it's there isn't a huge amount left here. Okay. Alright. Good. I'm glad that the chat for the most part worked. My little chat viewer app thing. So here I'll show you how that works. So for the chat viewer app, so what I had to do for that was, so I have the Discord chat here, and then the YouTube chat here, and I window capture these using a special Unity program to embed that into the headset feed, and it shows up in like this and this portion of my my field of view. All right, and there we go. I bought Half-Life Alyx. There it is in my library right there. And according to this, the whole Half-Life series is free to play until Alyx comes out. So I guess if you wanted to play these games along with me here, they're free on Steam, apparently. I didn't even know that, actually. But apparently they are. Okay. Alright. HO, yep. Streaming the biggest right now. Okay. Whew. Holy shit. Alright. So let's get into it here. Half-Life 2, huh? then I need to restart this. I figured out that my FPS counter thing doesn't work unless I do this. Oh, also, actually, you know what? Let's do Lost Coast, and I need to change this video feed over. This one. There we go. Okay. So let's do Lost Coast actually, because we just got past the part where Lost Coast would be in the story. This was a tech demo that came out sometime after the release of Half-Life 2, and it showcased some features that they added to Half-Life 2 in terms of the rendering of the source engine that powers the game. And this is a part of the game I believe was cut out from original Half-Life 2, but they kept the level and the assets around, and then they released this at some point as a showcase, I guess, of the new source engine stuff. So let's take a look at it, shall we? Okay. Alright, there we go. Yeah, Half-Life Alyx takes place between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. It looks like I gotta... Alright, normal video. Sure, yeah, I want to play at that resolution. So there's a VR mode, but I don't know what it does, so I'll just leave that like that. Reflect all, very high. Sure. All the motion blur, yep, HDR, sure, okay. Alright. Okay. And then... that all looks the same. Okay. Console, strafe, yep, okay. And closed captions... Good. There's also a video stress test. Let's see what this looks like. So this test will measure your average frame rate while rendering elements in the source engine. At the end of the test, you'll be able to upload your results. Okay. So this is just a benchmark, and I remember running this back in the day. Let's start the timer here. I need to kind of catch my breath here anyways, so we'll see what this looks like. All right, commentary mode, sure. Aim your crosshairs at a balloon and press... Oh, well, this isn't gonna do much for a commentary mode. Also, the frame rate is capped right now at 120, so this is not gonna do much anyways. Alright. I don't know if this is because I have my VR thing plugged in, but it's the headset still says that it's on right now. The green light's on. Huh. I don't know what's up with this. So yeah, this when this came out, this certainly looked really good.
Here, now, let me just unlock this gate for you.
I did turn on VSync.
Right here.
Okay, well, this is very exciting. Alright, new game. Lost Coast, let's do it. Okay, commentary mode, nah. Okay.
Hey! You there? Wait a minute now, aren't you? You are. You're that scientist chap, Friedman. Fishman. Am I right?
Yeah.
You must be here to take on the Combine. Not sure what one man can do, but no other reason to visit St. Olga at a time like this. I'll take you to... as far as I can, at any rate.
So you left click to select your new weapon, and Okay. Be a long night, huh? Wait, where's my UI? Today.
Hey! You there? Wait a minute now, aren't you? You are. You're that scientist chap, Fishman. Am I right?
Oh my god. I broke the game by... Alright, am I gonna get my UI back there? Alright. Okay, evidently they didn't plan on players being able to die there, so they didn't account for giving you your UI back when you respawned.
Wait a minute, aren't you? You are. You're that scientist chap, Friedman. Fishman. Am I right?
Right.
You must be here to take on the Combine. Not sure what one man can do, but no other reason to visit St. Olga at a time like this. I'll take you to where they made their base, or as far as I can, at any rate.
Alright, so this is at HDR. This was the whole gimmick for the new Source Engine stuff. So if you look at something dark, you can see it brightens up a little bit, and then if you look over there, it does that. Yeah, the echoing is weird with the NPC dialogue in this game.
Here, let me just unlock this gate for you. Right here. There we go.
Also, closed captions are on for some reason. We don't want that. There we go.
Get along now, laddie. Destroy that gun and no dawdling.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Get going.
Sure. All right. So there's a Combine gun over there somewhere. Yeah. That's an interesting walk cycle. Sure. All right, that physics checks out. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay. Much better that time. Okay. All right. Like my arms are shaking here from the VR earlier. Sure. Should be coming out now. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, so for the next VR showcase, I'll probably download Superhot and we'll give that a short try. I'm probably going to want to play through all of Superhot at some point, but like something like Space Pirate Trainer, that we've pretty much seen everything that game has to offer in a few minutes. It's just an arcade shooter, and as awesome as the lab is, that's also pretty much everything that game has to offer. But I think Moss, Superhot, and Half-Life Alyx are on the to-do list. Valve Lobby? You mean home? There's even less to do in home than there is for everything else. And I don't have the Half-Life Alyx exclusive thing for that because it's only for people who bought the headset, which I did not. I'll be playing Alyx on the Vive. Rip? What's Rip? Is the stream down? Just the LD stream, or hold up? I still see it good on there. Excellent connection. All good here? Okay. It probably on your end. Alright. Okay. Alright. Where do I even go from here? $11.16. I can't remember when my provider does maintenance. And actually, now that I think about it, I should spin up another instance of those so I can have them spread out between multiple data centers. It's like $4 a month, so it's not a big outlay for the low delay server. Alright, so say we go in here. You can see the... like there. There's the cool HDR. Wow. Much HDR, very wow. Eh. Oh yeah, and then this lighting here. So it's not like ray traced color lighting or anything. Oh, this is that gun. Yeah. Alright, I'll give you missiles here. Not at all ominous. You're supposed to put something in there. Oh, jeez.
Blood toxin. Automatic. Engaged. Morphine administered.
Oh, shit. Hey. Okay. What? No fair. No fair. Okay. Jeez. Didn't make any sound. Oh man, a Lamar VR game where you had to get down on all fours. Where'd the helicopter go? Oop. Alright, 3 health and a dream. I'm good. No problem. Who got me? It's up there. That's a really bad place for it. Okay. As much as I want to 3 HP this, let's not. Okay. Yep. And come on out right over there. Oh. Not quite. Yeah. Must be more missiles somewhere. Okay. All right. so it blows these up, but it... Oh, jeez. Okay. Fuck you, go. Okay. Alright, I know where I need to go now, at least. Hit that guy, apparently. Alright. Come at me, helicopter. Where are you? See ya. Troop carrier up there. Maybe I have to do more damage to it back here? Well, I can't go back. So, oh. Hello. Okay. Okay. Nice horizon, bro. Okay. Okay. This seems safe. Yep. Okay. How? Played this in VR. I'm not even sure how that would work.
Good did it, lad.
Major fracture.
Come on with me to St. Olga. We'll celebrate this victory with a feast. I, hope you like leeches. Hey, where you going?
Nowhere.
Getting fuzzy around the edges.
Oh.
Well, I guess you got other places to be. Nice knowing ya.
Sure. Oh yeah, I'm not even sure what, this would probably be the best place to check to do this. Alright, VR mode enabled. What does this do? I have a headset. Oh geez, okay, it turned on VR mode. Now what? Only one base station detected. I have 2 base stations. Oh. Oh, until you restart the game. Okay. Okay, so I gotta restart this then. Okay. Alright, so if we'll launch into an environment in your VR HMD as well as on your desktop. Performance may not be acceptable. Yeah, I'm sure it will be more than acceptable. And yeah, the VR stuff by default has the title bar, the white title bar at the top. There's nothing I can do about that. Like I can crop it, I guess. Have like a crop thing on my activate virtual. Oh geez. Oh gee. Okay. All right. So what this looks like Okay, let me show you what this looks like, because I can totally do this. Okay. So, display VR view. Okay, and then miss. And then can I alt tab back into Half-Life? Oh, that's my desktop. So what this is like a virtual, it's like a movie theater is what this looks like. Can I... Okay, well this is what VR Home looks like, by the way. So it's got this cool Zen thing, and then you can do your Steam Home thing, I guess, from here. But sure, whatever. Anyways, it doesn't look like it's a real VR mode. It's more like, hey, play this in a virtual movie theater, is what that mode is. Which that's not a great way to do it. Okay. No, don't play it on the VM. Oh god. Okay, so it enabled VR for all the Half-Life 2 engine games, which I don't want it to do. But now it says disabled again. Sure. Alright, whatever. Okay, so Nova Prospekt. This is where we last left off in Half-Life 2. We're inside the Nova Prospekt prison, and we're here to save Dr. Eli Vance, who is currently elsewhere in the prison. Okay. And I don't think I can bring Peepo with me here. Okay, so we can't spawn any Peepos. Six don't work, of course. Alright, so they got turrets set up here. Hey, there's my boys. Alright. Come here, Peepo. Go get them. Alright, so it looks like I gotta knock over those to be able to let the boys in. Doesn't look like I can. Yep. Alright, so not quite the portal sentry turrets. Okay. Sure. We've got at least 2 more turrets to take care of. Okay. Alright. See if I can get that low delay stream working here. If it ever loads. Yeah, the low delay stream seems to be working for me. Just quickly loading it up here, so it whatever hiccup happened with it, it's probably working again now. I mean, my outbound connection probably just briefly dropped. Alright. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright. This is where they do dentist work, surely. Oh. Nice shelves, bro. Okay. Alright. Oh, barnacles. Okay. Oh, is that a lambda over here? Nope. Okay. Oh. Okay. Still haven't run into one of those, the big angry fishes yet. Which, oh. Nice. Which I guess is a good thing. I'll be totally fine if I never see one of those ever again. Hate him. Alright, so there's the boys coming in. Oh. Hey. How is this? What the hell? How did that knock over the... Like, I'm no physicologist, but this... Okay. Alright, surely this will not fail horribly. Can you not throw between the bars? Alright, if I aim for... Can I... Yep, that is as big of a monk ass as it gets. Okay, so this is on... Alright. Okay, I see where I am now. Okay. I can probably use this to knock it over. Or just completely miss. Nice. Perfect. There we go. Okay. Problem solved. Alright, so now the boys should be able to spawn in now. Alright, no peepos. Okay. Hoping to get some peepo back up here, but guess that ain't happening. Eh. Either that or they already advanced. I don't know why that's so enormous, but sure. Maybe it's because it thinks I'm still in VR mode? Oh, that's why. Yeah, it still thinks I'm in VR mode. It's still sending a signal to my my headset. Sure. Well, I have plenty of GPU power to spare, so I guess it's not a big deal. Right. Oh, this is giving me the rock flashbacks here. Oh, shit. Alright. I think that's a friendly peepo. Yep, okay. Friendly peepo. Okay. I probably just could have kind of come in here during that encounter. Alright, peepo. Form up on me. Give him the business. Alright. Man. I'm gonna have to, like, bring a towel with me next time I do VR. Because, good lord, I am still sweating from that. That's just how out of shape I am. Alright, peepo, go get him. Alright. What kind? We did it. Perfect. Okay. Oh, come... Dang it. Okay, this is where I distinctly remember the game getting quite difficult. Or more difficult than other sections. Okay. Alright, charge me up, buddy. Okay. Assuming that, huh? All right. Come, peepos. Let's roll. I don't think I've ever used the alt fire on this thing yet. I should probably do that at some point. This is, okay, we'll get him, people. Yep. And took one for the team. Okay, that's the showers. We cleared that out already. Crossbow bolts, oh man. Rarer than unicorns. Oh, okay. Sure. I wonder if anybody's done a 100% run of this for all the secrets. All the lambdas. Because it's easy enough to reset your achievements. Okay. And that seems like a kind of neat category. Not saying I'd ever do it, but... Doom all secrets? Yeah. What, like the new one? New Doom or old ones? Probably both. I think the new Doom is out in a few days. Let's see. How do I put over there? Doom Eternal. And I think I saw on Twitter some people got advanced copies of Doom Eternal or something, and then just spoiled the whole game or streamed the whole thing before it was even out. Nice. Okay, probably a switch I gotta hit here. Or this. Yep. There's a circle of hell just for them, and also for data miners. Is this? There we go. Alright. Beautiful. Oh! Oh. Oh, it exploded. Okay. Okay. I thought that was the solution, was just go past it that way. It's the... Alright, peepos, let's roll. Yep, Half-Life 1 would not be anywhere near as forgiving there. That's for sure. Okay. Work. Alright.
Contact lost, block B2. Deploy. Reinforce. Intercept. Central block B4.
Transhuman successes. That I regret having to temper my heart.
Alright. Go get him, Peepo.
And while it's true that conceivably we could have taken him at almost any time in the last several years, the manner of his...
Yeah, if something's already out, then sure, data mine away. But if it's like, this game's not out for a month, but here's all the everything, then nah, that ain't cool. Because inevitably somebody's gonna post about it on Twitter or something. And then somebody's gonna quote retweet it going, this is such an outrage, why are people doing this? And they quote retweet the whole thing with all the spoilers in it. And on that note, day one speedrunners posting their splits that spoil how long the game is, who all the bosses are, who the final boss is. I follow a few people who do that. Like, I'm gonna speedrun and get the world record day one, and here's all the bosses. Like, great, thanks. I guess I'm gonna know exactly what happens in that game now. Just looking at your splits. Like, sure, it's innocuous, but it's... I'm not doing it on purpose, but it still sucks. And it's mostly the Nintendo speedrunners that I follow that do that. Because they gotta get those world reckies. Okay. Really? Oh, 2-week embargoes? Yeah, that's certainly needed. Certainly needed. Great, it just moved that one forward. Oh. Great, nice. Perfect. Yep, everybody remembers who got the first world record in a game. You can put that one on your resume. Got the very first world record in brand new Nintendo Switch game. Maybe I think a motor maybe burns out in it. If I had to guess why they turn off, or some sort of transportation fail-safe maybe. taking a lot of damage here. Okay. Alright. Usually when they give you one of these, they let you use it. Or something, but it's not. Okay, I guess they do. For this ambush. Okay. All right, let's see what this right click does here. Oh. Huh. Okay. I gotta quick load that. All right. So it's like a grenade that goes in a straight line.
Attention ground unit. Mission failure will result in terminus off-world assignment. Please remind sacrificing, coagulation, flash.
Okay. Oh, we gotta. All right. Yep, that's just what I need. Even bouncier grenades. So there's likely a switch I gotta hit. I can probably.
This brings me to the one note of disappointment I must echo from factors.
Alright, can't do that. Okay. Alright, Peepo. Nope, not that. Peepo. Over there. Alright, they probably intend you to just do this.
Gordon Freeman is a theoretical physicist who had earned the distinction of his PhD at the time of the Black Mesa incident. I have good reason to believe that in the intervening years he was in a state that precluded further development of covert skills.
Huh.
You have consistently failed to slow along capital.
Okay, Dr. Breen throwing some shade here. Alright, Peepo, come on.
I will leave the upbraiding for another time to the extent it proves necessary. Now is the moment to redeem yourselves. Prove themselves an indispensable augmentation of the Combine Overwatch. In the privilege. I'm sure I don't have to remind you of the alternative, call it that, is total extinction. In union with all the other unworthy branches of the species. Let's not allow it to come to that. I have done my best to convince our benefactors that you are the finest the species has to offer. So far, they have accepted my argument, but without concrete evidence to back it up. My words sound increasingly hollow even to me. The burden of proof is on you, as is the consequence of failure. I'll just leave it at
We took a lot, apparently. Hey, Alyssa.
I've been asked to say a few words to the
Oh, geez.
arm of Sector
Oh, geez.
Overwatch concerning recent successes in containing members of the Resistance science team. Heartfelt congratulations with a strong measure of disappointment.
Oh, that opened. Okay, that opened a door.
Significance, make no mistake.
this door's open.
It might cause them to question his allegiance. Even prompt some to turn him out or turn
Alright.
him over to our cause. However, we
So yeah, those of you joining us recently in the stream, at the beginning of the stream I did some VR stuff. And it turns out the VR setup works. I called it a little bit early on it because I was that close to putting a large dent in my computer monitors, because I was swinging around and I was playing Gorn, which is a melee combat game, and I got a little too close to ruining hundreds of dollars worth of computer equipment. So yeah, it was a good time. It was fun, but like, I'm gonna have to, the next time I play Gorn, I'm gonna have to like put all of my stuff in another room that isn't like needed for streaming, and then do it. Alright. But yeah, it everything did work that I wanted to work. There was one issue with the cursor, mouse cursor showing up on the screen, which I didn't want it to, and I'm not sure exactly why that happened. But if I can figure that out, then everything will be just fine. I might also crop out the title bar that showed up, the Windows title bar. Even though I'm still not sure why they made that decision to have the title bar show up. Alright, good job, Pippo. Saved me. And yeah. And I ordered Half-Life Alyx tonight, or I pre-ordered it. It is in my Steam library, so we should be good to go for Half-Life Alyx. Which is out in 8 days. 8 days from now. Can't wait. What is he doing? What? They have flies on him? A video game loot crate, huh? Is it for merchandise or actual games? Because that's practically what the Humble Bundle is, if it's just for games. Oh, actual games? Nice. Because I have the, I'm grandfathered into the best version of the Humble Monthly thing is, because I was a monthly subscriber before they switched over to the new thing. And the selection of games is getting worse and worse nowadays. But I don't dare cancel my subscription to it because I'm grandfathered into the hey, you get a lot of everything bundle for the same price as before. So technically I guess I get more games, but the quality is not what it used to be. I'm not even sure what a retro game loot box would even entail. Like, hey, here's a copy of Batman Forever on Super Nintendo. And then Madden 1998. Surprise! VideoGamesMonthly.com, huh. Interesting. Well, some people like merch. Like, some merch is neat. Like, I take a t-shirt subscription. Like, if the Yeti did a monthly t-shirt thing. Because I get their shirts often enough. And speaking of that, there's a Parappa the Rapper Yeti shirts tonight. It should already be up on the Yeti. I haven't seen what the full design looks like, but from the teaser they posted, it looks like it's a Parappa the Rapper design. Delivers what? Huh, interesting. Well, I already have a service like that for retro consoles. It's called an EverDrive. Well, if you're collecting actual carts, then you'd be practically losing money not doing it. You know? It's a deal at any price. Nice. I like the checkmark UI in that because that's the exact same check marks that I use for my internal stream website that I slapped together in 10 minutes. So I'm glad to see that this pay service put in a similar effort that I did. Okay. Man, turrets everywhere. Okay. Free game if you pick Wii U. Wii U. People are practically giving away Wii U games at this point, aren't they? Oh, not to send dupes? That is nice. But then you gotta put in the time of filling out your backloggery or whatever service they use to check that stuff. And if you have a huge collection, then that could take a while. Here. What service do you use for tracking your collection? Is it backloggery or? That's the only one I know of off the top of my head. Something like that. Okay, those are probably there for a reason. Okay, probably supposed to... This sure looks like an arena set up here for some sort of big fight. Oh, it's on their site? Oh, God. So even if you have something set up somewhere else, you still have to use their site? So... Oh. Fighting this thing is just as annoying as fighting underground fish thing. Underwater fish thing. Okay. Luckily, fighting it alone is not a big deal. Okay. Here. Okay. All right. It's the Zambi part of the prison, I guess. Oh shit. Where? Oh, up here. Okay. Okay. Figured it out. A very difficult puzzle. Okay. Entanglement. Okay. Alright, so I don't think we have access to peepos here. Okay. Oh, hey.
Gordon, you made it. Boy, am I glad to see you. You better hurry, Gordon.
It's Alex of Half-Life Alyx fame.
I'm glad you made it here in one piece. My dad's up there somewhere, in that holding area. It's gonna take some doing to get him out. Let's get out of here.
All right. So the other Half-Lives were not at their best when you had an AI partner. Hopefully Half-Life 2 handles it better.
I'm afraid I'm flying blind here. Every now and then a Vortigaunt gets captured and sends back information, but we don't have a complete picture of the place. The little we do know is all bad. Get ready.
I was hydrating, Alex. Yep.
All right. Over here.
Yep.
This'll get me into
The Overblood loot crate. Oh man.
Now to find my father.
You can get a tape recorder. I know, actually using grenades properly.
These poor people. There. All right, I think I can bring him in. There! He's on the way. Let's go meet him.
Sure.
Ha! Done. Follow me.
Let's see, what other dumb items did Overblood give you? I know Overblood 2, you got, like, Chaos Emeralds. I remember that being a thing in Overblood 2.
Come on.
We're gonna have to play through Overblood 2 again.
He should be in here.
What a game that one was. I'm gonna have to order another PS1 though. So what I'm gonna do whenever I modify another PS1 with PSIO, I'm going to install the digital audio mod, but I'm not going to do the input monitor.
See if I can get this open.
And see if that blows up eventually. And if it does still blow up, then that means that it was the digital audio mod that was causing the issues.
Alex, Gordon, is that really you? I can't believe you found me.
Dad, are you all right?
I'm fine, but you've got to get out of here.
We're here to get you out, Dad.
Never mind me. Save yourselves.
No, we're not leaving you. I think I can recalibrate the Combine portal to get us out of here.
But where will you go?
I talked to Dr. Kleiner. His portal was almost working again. If he's managed to repair it, we'll end up there. If he hasn't, well, we couldn't be any worse off.
It's not worth the risk, Alex. I can't lose you. Get out while you can.
We're not leaving here without you. That's final.
We can't leave Judith here either.
Don't worry, Dad. We'll find her. For now, I'm going to send you to the teleport chamber. I'm not saying goodbye, Dad. We'll meet you there.
I know you will. I'll see you there, baby.
Let's get out of here.
Alright. That is Scans. He clearly doesn't have two legs. He's got like a robo peg leg.
Over here. I'm gonna head back to the security station and try to patch into your suit radio. Wait till you hear from me. Hey, take care of yourself.
Sure. I hope this is how you open doors in Half-Life Alyx. You just get out a thing and zap the lock. Like she does in this one. Hey, Magnum. Hey.
Hey, it worked. Let's see what I can do to clear the way for you. Keep an eye out for Mossman. I'll get my dad through the prison as far as I can, then I'll catch up with you. Hang on, I'll see if I can figure out how to get that gate open. Okay, got it.
Hey. There's health up there. There's no lambda. Oh, there is. Ah. Okay. Too bad I can't. Sure. Oh, those are the rifle grenades. Eh?
I'll have this open in a jiffy. Damn, it's jammed. Okay, I've got an idea. Head back to that office. According to the schematics, there should be a vent behind those shelves.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I know that sound.
Be careful, Gordon. I'm picking up a lot of Combine sensors in the area ahead.
Yeah, jeez. Okay. Oh, if you right click with these, it's detonate on impact. Alright, this incredible AI here. Okay. Okay, so we got two turrets over there. Okay.
I'll start working on this gate. Just a sec. Okay, got it. Uh-oh, look at the monitor.
Oh, shit.
Medical systems engaged. Morphine administered.
Well, they give you a bunch of grenades here. Might as well use them. Whoa. Okay. Alright, this is fine. Surely I don't need health. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Easy. All right. Okay. Oh, they really want you to use grenades here, yes. Okay. Sure. Alright, sounds like I got both. Yep. Okay. Alright. Gonna save scum our way through here, because my health is so low. Tactically and strategically low, though. Absolutely on purpose. Okay. Oh, man. Oh man, I'm gonna be sore tonight.
Coming up to another control room.
after that VR.
My guess is there's a bunch more soldiers heading your way. Quick, search the room. There should be some Combine turrets nearby.
Uh-huh.
I can reprogram these turrets to attack the enemy. Set them up to defend the control room.
Warning. Malignant viral interface bypass detected. Polyphasic core reprogramming detected. Sterilizers and containment fields may be compromised.
I can't shut down those fields from here. I'm going to have to catch up with you to get access to them. I'm picking up a lot of incoming soldiers. Hold the fort till I get there.
Alright, easy. Yeah, some peepos would be preferable here.
Keep your turrets set up. You've got to hold on till I get there.
Wait. These jerks knocking over my turrets. Dang it. No! Shit! Shit! Where's my turret? Where's my turret? Turret! Fuck! Dang it! Alright, gonna have to use the gravity gun for that. Alright, turret. Hang out right here. Turret! Where'd you go? Oh no!
Sorry it took me so long.
Okay.
Glad to see you're okay. Let's see if we can find Wiseman. It looks like this station might give me better access. There she is. Wait a minute. How'd she...
It's from your area.
I'm not calling about that. What's she up to? You promised you weren't going to touch Eli. Oh my
The
god.
soldiers were a bit overzealous, I admit, but he was too tempting a prize to simply turn loose. Especially in the absence of Freeman.
You would have had Freeman patient and just waited for my signal.
Human loyalties being what they are.
Dr. As I have stated previously, you have to let Eli come around.
I have known Dr. Vance far longer than you.
Perfect.
I'm afraid your feelings for him may have blinded you.
Feelings?
Perfect.
It's nothing to do with feelings. It's a simple truth that when Eli believes
This is not open to debate, Dr. Mossman.
Doctor, please.
So sorry, Judith. I'm all out of time.
Damn her! I don't believe this!
Thank you, Tiger Tank.
Come on, Gordon. Now we've really got to hurry. Go on ahead. I'll disrupt the next level of security and catch up with you when I can.
Okay. Weird. Oh, okay. Can I bring a buddy with me here? All right. You and me are going on an adventure. Let's get all this ammo. Alright. Go get him. Go get him, little buddy.
Minor lacerations.
Okay. Yep. This should have been Half-Life 3. Plays a turret. That'd be a pretty good VR game, though. Just Half-Life 2 turret. Alright. See anything, buddy? There's a barnacle up there. Nice. Fuck him up, turret. Go get him. Alright. Okay, looks like we gotta do some platforming here. Oh no! Alright. We're back in business. Yep, yep. Okay. Probably have to... you get up there? Yep. Got an aimbot. Okay, maybe I... Alright. Come on over here, buddy. Oh no! No, 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 no. Alright. I'm not leaving without you. How... Probably gonna have to bring crates with me here? Okay. Alright. Camp out over here. Watch my back, buddy. Okay.
Warning. Vital signs critical.
Well, that plan didn't quite work out. Okay. So you're probably supposed to do that from over here. Alright, now we can bring our buddy with us. Alright, come on. You can do it, buddy. There you go. Alright. Yeah. Hey, leave my turret alone. All right. All right. Watch my back turret. Yeah. Alright, came back turret. It's gonna be dangerous. Okay. Huh. Maybe you're supposed to... Oh. Where you going here? Alright, turret. Okay. I don't like that sound.
Contact has moved to block B8. Warning. Sterilizers and containment fields may be compromised. Airwatch, all stations full. 6. Block and converge immediately.
Fuck him up, turret. Alright. That's my little buddy. Yeah. Alright. Watch my back, turret. Okay. Alright, I guess we're probably jumping in there. Alright. You first, turret. Alright, perfect.
turrets nearby.
Oh, baby. All right.
Quick, get these set up. I'm seeing soldiers in all directions.
We got an extra turret here. Okay. Okay. All right. My turret buddies have got this.
Here they come.
No hiding from my turret buddies.
More soldiers.
Nope. Sorry, little buddy. All right.
More soldiers are coming, Gordon.
Hey. Hey. What a jerk. Okay.
Okay, Gordon, I'm gonna leave off here and catch up with you. Be there as soon as I can.
Warden Freeman. This section was easier than I remember. I remember having trouble with this when I first played this. Nope.
Sorry to take so long, Gordon. Looks like you could have used some help.
Nope. I did not.
You again, though.
I have 4 peepos.
Let's track down Mossman.
I needed precisely 0 help.
Come on.
All right. Bring my little buddy here.
Stabilization team members report containment status.
Okay. Well, all right. All right. Depot putting in work over here. All right. Good job, Peepo. At least half of those kills were yours. All right. Let's roll.
Get back.
No, you're fine, Peepo.
Attention ground. Mission failure will result in permanent off-world assignment.
It's a little weird that they made the turrets invincible.
Where are you? Ha! Found her. Ha! Got you now! Uh-oh. Well, come on, Gordon. We don't want to keep her waiting.
Yep. Leave people alone.
Let me seal this door.
Okay.
No turning back now. There she is. Leave it talking to me, Gordon.
Yep.
We may need her to get out of here.
Hello? Oh, thank God someone... Alex? Gordon, how did you get in here?
We know all about you and Breen.
What?
You've been a spy for the Combine the whole time.
What are you talking about?
Damn it! Move back, Mossman. We're coming in.
Yeah, all three of us.
Alex, whatever you may think, I
Oh,
assure
jeez.
you, I have worked to protect your father.
Shut up and be glad you're still some use to us. We're going to reconfigure this teleport and get the hell out of here.
You see, we're working to the same end. I've already reprogrammed the modulator to emulate a Zen relay.
That's my father's work you stole.
It's my work, too! And I had to prove to Dr. Breen that your father would be the most valuable member of any research effort going forward.
Enough of your bullshit! Look, Gordon, there's my dad. I'm going to bring him in.
You found Eli?
No thanks to you. Just enter the coordinates for Dr. Kleiner's lab and let's get moving.
But we need access to the teleport platform and we're locked out.
I'll take care of that.
All right.
Let's get going.
This looks like a...
Oh my God.
Protect the...
Been working with this thing? For how long? Never. Until now. I did have a fairly good idea of what to expect.
I'll bet you did. It looks like it's waiting for us.
The Combine used a peculiar pulse with a very long rise time. Takes quite a while.
So you warmed it up for us. Good. And just in time. Dad, down here! Sorry we took so long. I hope that wasn't too bad for you.
Don't worry about me, sweetheart. Judith! I see they set you free.
Not exactly.
Eli! I was so worried about you.
The coordinates, Dr. Mossman.
So, this is the Combine portal. It's smaller than I imagined.
Hurry up, Mossman! Dr. Klein
Prospect, and we're running the Zen emulation for the first time. Are you ready for us?
Ready, willing, and fully enabled.
Good. We'll send my dad through first. He's in position for...
Oh.
What's that? Hold on, gotta bring this back down.
Uh-oh.
No! Stop! What are you doing? I'm sorry, Alex. It's the only way. Get back!
What's going on,
Dad!
Alex? Jonas!
No!
What's happening?
Oh, geez, that doesn't look right. Oh. Okay.
Kleiner, you have to stop them.
Stop who, my dear?
Oh my god. What coordinates are these? Where the hell did she take him? No. Cover me, Gordon. I've got to reset the portal.
Yep, I knew it. All right, Peepo.
Gordon, use the turrets.
And more turrets. Where? Oh. All right, more Peepos. Sure is difficult.
Looks like it's about halfway there.
Has this one done anything? Nope. All right, people.
Almost there.
Ready. All right, Peepo.
These readings are scaring me.
Let's roll.
Hey, Doctor, lock on.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, Gordon. Get in.
All right. Got our little buddy with us. All right. Better bring Peepo with us. No.
My God, we made it.
Ah, no Peepo. Dang it.
But where's Dr. Kleiner?
Dr. Kleiner, let us out.
Gordon? My God, how did you get here? And when?
What's wrong?
My dear, I had given up hope of ever seeing you again.
What?
I was afraid we might not make it either. I think the teleport exploded just as we were porting out.
Indeed it did, and the repercussions were felt far and wide, but that was over a week ago.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Gordon and I were just there a minute ago.
Fascinating. We seem to have developed a very slow teleport. This suggests an entirely new line of investigation.
A week? Then what have we missed?
A great deal, my dear. The blow you struck at Nova Prospect was taken as a signal to begin the uprising.
Yes.
What about my father?
Well, that is most troubling. According to the Vortigaunts, he is a prisoner at the Citadel.
We've got to get my father out.
Barney has been leading a push with that very aim in mind. And another of your friends arrived several days ago.
Dog, you made it.
Peepo? Oh.
Good boy.
Other Peepo.
So there, you see? It's not all hopeless.
I wish I shared your optimism, Doctor.
Doc, come in. Are you there? Hey, Doc, are you there?
Yes, Barney, and I'm no longer alone. Alex and Gordon have just arrived.
Well, man, that's good news. I almost gave you guys up for lost. We're planning to set up a staging area for attacking the Citadel.
Gordon and Dog can head your way. I want to get Dr. Kleiner somewhere safer. Then I'll meet up with you.
I'll take all the help I can get. Oh, crap! Incoming! Go on, get going!
Okay, Gordon, you heard him. I'll catch up with you as soon as I get Dr. Kleiner settled.
Just a minute. I can't leave without Lamar.
Oh, no.
Now, where did she get to?
Go on, Gordon. I'll take care of this.
All right. Keeps walking through the model of dog. And it's,
Gordon, take care of yourself out there. Dr. Kleiner, there's really no time. We'll find you another pet head crab. There are plenty to go around.
There's only one.
all right, dog. Let's roll. Eh? Oh, jeez. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a couple minutes, and we'll do the final stretch here of Half-Life 2. Be back in a couple. All right. Okay. Back to it. Oh, all right. Sure. We're getting dog. Yep. Nice. Oh man. This is getting very anime here. Okay. Supposed to go in there? Oh, jeez. Dog. Alright. Oh, big depot. Alright. We have a new... Alright. The Adventures of Gordon Freeman and this doll. Oh, this is the start of the game. Alright. I bring a gift for you.
Cover me while I reload.
Yeah, I got you. Alright, good job.
Well, Gordon Freeman. And about time, too.
Oh, they're following. Okay. Alright, well. A Viking funeral. Alright. So we have a squad. Hopefully the squad mechanic works a little bit better than opposing force.
And an eon's worth of mud. In order to be true to our nature and
Gordon Freeman, you're here.
Alright.
Dr. Freeman? We're coming with you. With you here, Dr. Freeman, we can finally make some headway.
Follow Freeman. Okay. Let us go to a location. See.
Here goes.
Alright. We'll stand over there. Okay. Twice to recall.
Let's get moving.
Okay.
Sorry, Doc.
And then...
Civil protection!
Lost biosignal for protection team.
Oh, my God. Come on, everybody.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that works better than opposing force, but everything worked better than opposing force, so... And ain't saying much. Alright, follow me, I'm a doctor.
Watch out for the hoppers, they're everywhere.
Hoppers. Oh, those. Okay.
Don't waste the hoppers, Dr. Freeman. We can use them against the Combine.
Well, how else are we gonna get down there?
If you can get those hoppers up without setting them off, you can plant them wherever you want them.
But then they're... about this? Sure.
Got one!
So I can I walk on him now? Alright.
Got one!
Alright. Very exciting. New mechanics.
Can carry us there. Therefore I say yes, I am a collaborator. We must all collaborate.
Like that? Follow Freeman.
There's... Alright. I'm gonna bring cover with us here.
Nice.
Oh, there must have been a 69 somewhere. Oh, jeez. Invincible head crabs. Hey, ammo's getting a little dear here. Okay.
Watch out for the hoppers! They're everywhere! Civil
External jurisdiction.
Man, these things are tanky. What happened to my squad? Hey. Oh, I see. A little...
Come on, everybody!
few cardboard boxes, huh? And a recycling bin.
Oops.
Heels? No. Okay. So they don't work quite the same as they did in Opposing Force, I guess. Alright, squad. You gonna ever actually follow me?
Let's go.
Okay. I gotta manually tell them to advance, I guess. Alright, you morons.
Follow me!
Oh, actually, no.
Okay, everybody,
Don't do
follow
that.
Freeman.
Alright, come back. Alright, now follow.
My gut!
Yeah. All right.
You got it, Doc.
Get out of here.
Let's get moving.
Okay. Man, there's a much more frequent load zones in this part. Oh.
Collaboration. In our current unparalleled world, collaboration to grow. On suicide, if you will. Did the lung...
Oh, alright. We have a new buddy.
Sorry, Freeman.
Alright, team. Out of the way. Alright, team. Have this. Okay.
Let me get out of your way.
Dr. Freeman, I'm coming with you.
Whoa, just got a shotgun. Alright. Okay. Which way did I win from?
Let me get out of your way.
Okay, we got 2 medics. Practically infinite healing.
Reload, Dr. Freeman.
Oh man, my squad is backseating me. I am the free man. I reload when I want to. Understood, team. Okay, got a turret down there. Yeah. Alright, go down there, team. Get down there.
Anything you say, Doc.
Down there. There you go.
Here it goes.
There you go. Come on. There you go. The jump animation. Alright, get down there.
Sure thing, Gordon.
Perfect. Whee!
Let's get moving!
Okay. Alright. doesn't seem worth.
Here, patch yourself up.
Nice. Okay. Okay, so how do I get up there? Let's...
Here, have a...
Come on, everybody.
All right.
Here goes nothing.
Come on. There you go. There you go. Yep. Perfect. Nice.
Hey, everybody, follow Freeman.
Here, take this.
Biosignal protection team external jurisdiction. Guide all teams responsible.
Cover me while I reload.
Hey. All right. Finally taking the fight to Combine here. Okay. But first, I gotta fight my own squad, getting in my way. Alright, yes, get in my way. Yep. Ah, we could have been friends. Dang. Alright, squad, go get him.
Follow Freeman.
Perfect. Doing a guile flash kick.
Good idea, Dr. Freeman.
Yes, good idea. Hit some bullets for me.
Let's get moving. Take this med kit.
Take this med kit.
Oh, yep, that's what newspaper sounds like. Yep. Okay.
Sorry.
Alright, team. Do this. Hey.
Dr. Freeman, I'm coming with you.
Alright. Get at your crowbars, team. Man, I bet having to deal with those in Alex and VR is gonna be a real pain in the ass. Having to keep spinning around in place.
Here, patch yourself up.
Oh my god, they keep coming.
Watch out!
Maybe they stop spawning at some point. Well, maybe not. Alright, team. Let's roll. Alright, team. Let's go. Let's go, team. Alright.
Take this med kit.
Here, have a med kit.
Okay. I see. Got him. Good. Give you sniper shots finally. Okay. Oh man, they're really going in on.
Gordon Freeman? It is you, isn't it? Give me a minute. I'm gonna plant some charges and blow this open.
Okay, oh geez, squad.
Sorry, Doc.
You know, there's another mounted gun here, squad. Alright, team.
Let's go!
Let's roll.
That door's locked.
Yeah, so we gotta.
Nasty in there. Good thing you don't have suit.
Oh, great. Oh, geez. All right.
Hazardous radiation levels detected.
I just slowly roll this over. Okay. All right. Perfect. Oh, geez. Alright, this looks horrible. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, there's... Ammo getting a little tight again. Shit, 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 shit.
Vital signs are dropping.
Okay. Are you shit? Oh, man. Okay, I can't jump properly on this thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, this is probably where I need to go anyways. Or not? Oh, up there, okay. Yeah. Alright, get my flashlight power back here. Yeah. Alright, cool. Wasn't even the right way to go. So the door was like over there that we need to get to. Oh. Duh. Wait. Sure? Got an achievement for something.
Hey, it's me. Open the door. I see you made it through okay. Figured you would.
Where? Oh. Alright, squad.
Let's get moving!
Excuse me.
Okay, good. Okay.
Like that! I got one!
Dr. Freeman, we're looking for a place to hole up. It's not safe here anymore. They're shelling the hell out of us. Keep moving, Dr. Freeman. I'll send word you're coming and see you up ahead.
Okay. Alright, team. Let's all get stuck in a corridor up here.
Sorry, Doc.
Yeah.
Let me get out of your way.
Those are problems. Yeah.
Can't take it anymore.
Everything's gonna be okay.
When is it all going to end?
Don't worry.
Please.
It's all right.
Sure. Just take a short little break. Everything's fine. Definitely isn't a huge gun battle going on like right outside. Okay, so this is on the other side of that grate. The guy talked to us. That's locked. Oh.
Excuse me.
That's probably where we need to get to be. Oh, and now it's...
Open the door.
Well...
Password.
The password is password. Nice. I have the same password on my luggage.
For your life! Reload, Dr. Freeman.
Bro. I know I have to reload. Unless they're offering me a reload. In which case I'll take the ammo. But, bro.
Help! Take this med kit.
Oh, alright. Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, come across.
It's the rest of my team. Yeah.
Sorry, Freeman.
Alright.
Combine! Like that?
Right up here. Okay.
Don't forget to reload, Dr. Freeman.
Oh man. Okay. All right.
Let's go.
Come on, team. Where are the rest of you? Warm up. Where's the other one? Come on.
Sure thing, Gordon.
All right, I don't know where the other one is. Okay. Well,
Here, have a med.
there goes my squad. Okay. Those.
Here, take this med kit.
Oh, this is just.
Dr. Freeman, wait! We'll come with you.
Okay. So all of that was just to.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What? Wow, come on.
Wait for me!
How'd you get up here? What? Sure.
Reload, Dr. Freeman.
Bro, it was.
Red leg!
Nice. Nice physics, bro. All right, team. I think I might actually use my right click in here. It's okay, it just vaporizes them. Nice.
Sorry, Doc.
That seems pretty good.
You better reload.
There's a seat up there. Oh, geez. Yeah. Hey. Already dead. Okay. Did it vaporize their guns too? Shit. Yep, this AI backseating is amazing. Look at them zombies. Yeah. Yep. 1 health. I'll take it. Wait, you can... What? What? That... Alright.
Let me get out of your way.
Sure, that's how walls work. Uh-oh. I know that sound. Dang it. Okay. A magic trick. Uh-oh.
Gordon!
Oh.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. I've got Dr. Kleiner in a safe spot. Now we can join up with Barney. There's a command center downstairs. I'm hoping to find information about generator locations.
Have a good
Ready?
one.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... Bad things happen in here. Yeah.
My leg!
Well, you and me now, Alex. Yeah. Alright. Still non-working toilets. Lame.
Okay, this is it. You take that door, I'll take this one.
Oh. Okay. Well. Too late.
Well,
All right.
we're in luck.
Good plan,
There's
Alex.
a generator in the square outside. We're trying to disable as many as we can to loosen the Combine's grip on this sector. It'll take me a few minutes to expose the core, then I'll need you to hit it with a burst from the gravity gun. In the meantime, watch my back.
We're looking to join you, Dr. Freeman. Sorry.
I'd rather have a few of those turrets instead, but...
Yeah.
Civil protection!
Stop! Hurry!
External jurisdiction.
This shouldn't take too long. As soon as the generator's down, I'll open that gate and we can get out of here. It's a standard panel. Come on, come on.
Okay. And I gotta hit it with the gravity gun? What? Cyber Cafe. Okay. And then... Still not.
Reload.
Okay, the core's exposed. Use the gravity gun, Gordon.
Gravity gun. All right, I'm opening the gate.
Okay, the core's exposed. Use the gravity gun, Gordon.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
The gate is open. Come on, Gordon.
Fuck hell. Ugh. Yeah, this sequence sucks.
Inner shields are coming down.
Oh my god.
Okay, the core's exposed. Use the gravity gun, Gordon.
Let's take out all of them first.
Gordon, hit the core with your gravity gun. Come on, Gordon.
Oh my god, they just... What?
Gravity gun, Gordon.
Shields are coming down.
Okay, so they really just want you to... that core immediately when you can.
Should be on the far side of that canal. Well, there used to be a bridge here. Let me see if I can scout a new path. Ah, wait for me here.
Okay. What? Okay. Medic? I'm at 76 HP, medic. Dang it. Okay. 4 ammo. Alright, plenty of those.
Hey! Looks like we might be able to get through down there. Let's head that way. Ah, no! Run! Get out of here!
I guess I'm going down here then? Okay. Alright, canals again. My favorite part. Canals and manhacks. What's that? Oh. Wait, what? Sure. This seems safe. hear zombies. Yep. Shooting the zombies instead? Alright. Alright, give me your ammo. Oh, shit. Okay, there's a secret down there. If I jump onto those, I'll probably be safe. Safe enough. Yeah. And oh, jeez. Okay. Nice. Alright, the ladder works a little too well. Alright, let me off. Okay. Then back up to the second-ish floor. Oh, right here. How are these things so tanky? Good lord. Okay. Ammo is getting a little precious here. Okay. Alright. That guy was probably supposed to get hit by that. Yeah. This is... Alright, it's probably supposed to do this. I have a feeling this... Yep. Okay. Good enough. Okay. I don't think I need to get over there. Looks like health over there. Health that I now need. Cool. Alright, that works out. Hey Gator, how are the VR games? They went perfectly fine. We played through, or played some, I guess, of the lab to start it off. Then, maybe 10 minutes of Space Pirate Simulator, or Space Pirate Trainer, what the title is, and then ended it with 10 minutes-ish of Gorn. And I had to stop playing Gorn because I nearly put my fist through my monitor. It was like having a Nintendo Wii all over again. Luckily, it was my computer monitor that I almost hit, and not my 55-inch OLED, because that would have been a much bigger problem. But I didn't get sick or nauseous or anything. And my mechanism of being able to see both the chats in the VR headset all worked out fine, so it was a, for the most part, successful test. Hoping that's not explosive. So yeah, I think it went fine. And I pre-ordered my copy of Half-Life Alyx today, or before the stream. So I'll be all good and ready to stream that one. Oh, I probably can move that guy down there. Let's see. Nice ambush, bro. Okay. I think that was all of them. Okay. Okay. I don't remember this part either from my playthrough years ago. Oh. What does this accomplish? Oh, those boss fights. Well, what did you consider a boss fight in 1 or Opposing Force? Because the only boss that I can think of, there are a few. So there's the helicopter in the first game. There was a few tanks. And then the final boss. Rocket ship. Well, that was only one boss, and that was at the end of Blue Shift. Or, no, at the end of Opposing Force. Oh, shit. Whoa, what? Where are you? Oh. And this game has had, you've had to fight a helicopter a few times. So you had the airboat battle with the helicopter. Oh, yeah. The rocket silo tentacles. Yeah, you're right. I think of that as more of a set piece than a boss fight per se, because you're not really fighting them, you know. That's more of a boss of the section, I guess. Game was getting a little not great here. The World War Prim, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, maybe like this game feels like it has less set pieces like that. I could totally see that. Rotation, yeah. And it felt like Half-Life 1 had slightly more enemy variety. Even though that's probably not the case. In that one. Yeah. What am I supposed to do here? It looks like I'm supposed to hit that switch again to be able to ride that across over to there. Death estimate for Half-Life 2? I think I wanted to keep it under 3 digits, I want to say. But, man, like, deaths per hour is way lower than Half-Life 1 so far. What do I do here? Like, I can go along these, but this isn't gonna get me up there. I don't think there's any boxes I can climb. Oh, I guess this works. And now it's moving again? No, I need that. Wait, what the hell? There's a ladder there? Okay. Drop down there. Okay. This is player direction? Like, I honestly didn't even notice that. Follow Freeman.
Freeman! Barney said you were on the way. We got split up by snipers, and he's pinned down in a warehouse up ahead. Go ahead. He's relying on you.
Oh, well.
Lead the way!
Eh? Alright, back to urban combat. Oh, great. Rip that guy. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh.
Blood loss detected.
Does this even where we're supposed to go? I guess I can... Where you at? Okay, there's one. Cost all my health, but... Okay. And probably need to go over there.
You're Barney's old friend, aren't you? Maybe you can help him. Snipers trapped him up on that warehouse roof. He was going for a cache of grenades, but I doubt he can get to them now. Go on, Dr. Freeman. Dr. Freeman, I'm coming with you.
Alright. Stay right...
You got it, Doc.
Right there. Okay. Okay. I'm sure that was an excellent use of rockets. This looks like an ambush. And... oh.
Lacerations detected.
Help! Is somebody up there? Help me! Help! Help me! We thought we'd be safer down here. Little we know the place was infested. The rest of them headed upstairs. They took the chance with the snipers. I guess they're still up there.
Well, not anymore. Spooky music. Alright, team. Oh, just nice. Alright, so we got cache of grenades up there. That's probably what Barney was after. And where's the sniper at? There. Okay. Got him. There he is.
Over here! Gordon, I can't move. These snipers got me pinned down.
Gordon,
lob a couple grenades. That'll clear them out.
What's snipers?
Sorry.
Up there. Oh, jeez. Alright. Okay. Nice. Are you? Are you? Come on, Gordon.
All right, thanks, Gordon. Now let's clear out of here.
Fun. What a lot of fun that sequence is. Okay.
You're quite the returning hero these days, Gordon.
What?
Hey, come on!
What? Where do you... What?
Me. Over here! Follow me.
Anything else over here?
Come on, Gordon! Follow me!
Alright. Alright, Barney.
Let me get this gate. My civil protection status still gives me limited clearance. Did you hear a cat just now? Damn thing haunts me.
Cat? What? Is that a callback to something? Oh, that actually is a strat to... to get him in the way. Nice. Oh, the Clanner's lab in the beginning. More grenades. Just what I want. Oh yeah, that's right. Where'd the squad come from? Okay. And yep, we're hanging out right next to these explosive barrels. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
There's an old building, a bank or a museum or something like that. Whatever the hell it used to be, now it's a nexus for Overwatch in City 17. It's the main source of pain for this part of town, thanks to a huge suppression device. It's raining down hell from the roof of that place.
Okay.
There it is, the Overwatch Nexus. Looks like they're mobilizing big time. You can sort of see the gate from here. I'll show you when we get to street level. We'll have to get in that building to open the gate. Even then, the suppression device will, suppress anyone coming through unless we shut it down. Then let's go!
All right. Okay.
So much for
Perfect.
stealth. We've been spotted. Get down! There's that gate I was telling you about. We'll have to come back here after we get it open. If we get it open. Get away from there. First, we gotta get into the Nexus building.
Nope.
Okay.
Ah!
The next.
Help me win back their trust, Dr. Freeman. Surrender was ensure that humanity's...
You're not gonna hurt that thing from down here, Gordon. We'll have to shut it down from inside.
I'm hurt.
Right. This is okay. That's clearly not where we're supposed to be, I guess.
Help me win back. What is right? Serve mankind.
Let me get out of your way.
Maybe you're okay. So there was a section with artillery in Half-Life 1. That maybe you're supposed to get the artillery to... Oh, shit. To blow up the wall, maybe? And,
Watch out! I'm hurt.
okay, well they put health here, so clearly... Okay, that did that.
I'd like to take a moment to address you directly. I'm talking to you. So-called 1-3.
You're not gonna hurt that thing from down here, Gordon. We'll have to shut it down from inside.
Toward the truth. Choosing instead to embark on a path of ignorance. Make no mistake, Dr. Freeman. This is not the scientific goals. This is death and finality.
Okay, maybe that opened up something? Or it's this? There we go. Okay. Alright, it's you and me, Barney. Oh, great. Alright. Okay. The section kind of reminds me of something in Opposing Force, maybe?
Hey! Let us out of here!
We were looking to join you, Dr. Freeman.
Alright.
Fantastic!
Grab a gun. Give me a health pack. Don't die.
Fantastic.
Alright.
I'd like to take a moment to address you directly, Dr. Freeman. Yes,
I'm talking to you, so-called one-man. I have a question for you. How could you have thrown it all away? It staggers the mind. A man of science with the ability humanity into free fall. Even if you surrender now, I cannot guarantee that our benefactors would accept.
Okay.
At the moment, I fear they have begun to look upon even me with suspicion. So much for serving as humanity's representative. Help me win back their trust. Surrender while you still can. Help ensure that
Okay, that's all sealed up. There's little ladders over there, but nothing doing there. Okay. In here? Oh. Yeah, the lifespans are significantly shortened when you follow the free man. Those no. Okay. Sure. More grenades. Even more grenades. All right.
Oops.
Going full Oprah with grenades, I guess.
Sorry, Doc.
Yeah, well, get out of the way then. Get. Okay, what is this gonna do?
Uh-oh, turrets. Hey, you've got the HEV suit. You deal with them. Then I'll work the security console.
Oh, God.
Whatever you say.
I don't remember this either.
Sorry.
Right, get.
Anything you say.
Get over there.
Roll a grenade in there if you've got one. That ought to do it. Great. Okay. I'll open this up. Lead away.
Why are you following now? What? Okay. Alright. So that's the thing I can grab with a gravity gun. Okay.
Uh-oh, drop ships. They'll be coming from the roof. If we want to get through these shields, we'll have to take out the generators one at a time.
Here, have a med kit.
Why is it? Point of this zip room. Oh. Anything down here? Oh man. Okay. Alright. Barney, out of the way.
Hey! Let us out of here! Ah! Let us out, we'll throw in with you.
We're looking to join you, Dr. Freeman. Nice.
This'll do nicely.
Everybody's at 69 health, I guess.
One for me and one for me.
totally necessary. Oh, I kind of want to go back down for more grenades, but I'm sure this will be fine.
We've got 3 generators to disable. Might as well start with this one.
Oh, you're supposed to left click them. Okay.
Okay, 2 more generators to go.
Okay. That's...
Man, Overwatch owns the roof, and that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Combine!
I thought that guy was a shadow. Like, oh, they're casting a shadow on the wall there. All right, what we got here? Play Skid's Playground? I have no idea what that is. So, gonna go with no. Uh-oh. Roblox VR. I've never even heard of Roblox. So that is even more so a no.
Try using the hoppers against them. Set some traps for them, Gordon.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Ambush complete. Okay. Doing good on ammo for everything but pistols, looks like. I don't think I can go around here. All right.
Take this med kit.
One generator to go.
Yep. How does that not switch somewhere for that? Okay. Actually, there's a grenade over there, isn't there? Probably already used it. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, pull up on grenades. That explains that. Yep.
Let me get out of your way.
Yep, please. All of you. Yeah. Getting to this room a little too easily. Well, never mind. Just as I say that. Okay. Sounds like there's turrets in here too.
With that much security, there must be something good in there. Go for it, Doc. I'll wait here till you shut it down. Be careful.
Something good in here?
Come on.
What could there possibly be that's good? It's there's a health station over there. Not like I need it. Oh, can I just do this? Okay. And can't jump over that. Looks like I gotta go over there. Yeah, this is just... That's just grenades for the Combine rifle. Okay. I thought this was like an extra room. Apparently not. Okay.
That's it. They're all down.
Okay.
That'll shut down the suppressor on the roof as well. Let's head for the roof now, Gordon. Follow me.
All right. Said follow you. Get going. All the ammo is down here.
To the roof, Gordon.
Already been
Follow
there.
me.
Barney, bro.
Let's head for the roof now, Gordon. Come on, Gordon. Look out!
Barney.
Follow me.
All right. Good thing he's immortal.
There's our gate. Let me just get it open. Done. I'm gonna stay here and keep these gates open long enough to make a difference. Go on up and connect the sky bridge. We need to let reinforcements come through from every possible direction. If any more citizens come through, I'll send them up to find you. See you when I see you, Gordon.
Oh, hey. Foreshadowing. Also, there is... Yep. Sure, that's a great place to put a loading zone. Okay. Shit. Okay. Rockets. Any other rockets around here? There's one back here, but that's oh, there we go. Okay, good. That's probably now what? be like a sky bridge or something? Oh. Okay. The suppression system.
This'll do nicely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no ammo from... Okay. None of your medics. Great. Yep, I'm running back this way. Alright, team.
I'll stay here and hold down this spot.
Go over there. Hold down that spot. Over there. Okay. Oh. More load zones. Okay.
Sorry. Dr. Freeman, since you shut off the suppressor and opened the gate, we can really move people through now. The Combine's gonna feel the squeeze. We dropped a crate of rockets coming across the plaza. If you can make it there, you should have everything you need to take down these Striders.
Striders?
Lead the way!
Okay. Haven't had to fight those yet. I thought I had 4 squad members. What? Alright.
Sorry.
Somewhere. I was promised rockets. Oh, hello. I don't think this is where the rockets are. that sounds awfully close. So there's rockets in the plaza somewhere. Okay, probably just gonna have to use this life on finding the rockets. Wherever the rocket crate is. Oh man. Okay. It's somewhere in the plaza. Well, naturally, that's where you'd hide the rockets. It's in the... Oh, no. Is it...
Warning. Vital signs critical.
Not like down here.
We're gonna join you, Dr. Freeman.
Okay, one down. What? There's more? Are you... What? Oh, man. Okay. Well, the ones with rocket launchers are here, but... The crate of rockets... Well, maybe I should run around over here. Maybe they are over here.
Blood loss detected.
Okay, this is... Okay. Oh, come on, rocket. There you go. Okay, well that's, oh geez. And that's probably scripted to get blown up. Where'd you go? More rockets? Okay. no more rockets over there. Oh, come on, rocket. You shitting me? Alright, let's take the L here. Yep. Can't miss that many shots. Okay. There is a rocket crate in the plaza. Well, this is, so far this is actually working, so. Well, like it ever hit the Strider. Okay. That it? Alright, let's look for that crate. This is gonna drive me nuts now. Oh. Overwatch closing in. There it is. Way the fuck over here. Oh. Yo. Okay, well, it's a good thing I found it, because... second too soon, it seems. Okay. Oh, is there another one? Okay. Yeah, the Striders are really cool. It's a cool design. They have cool mechanics. Certainly couldn't do that in Half-Life 1. Okay, I guess I'm... Oh, for fuck's sake, teammate! Alright, I guess I'm going over there. That's where the enemies are spawning. Yeah, like how are you even supposed to get here? Like you can't, I guess you can go through there and then along here. Oh, good things it's still here. That's neat. You can see the friendly's laser sight on the rocket. Okay. So I'm assuming I just continue? I didn't get any direction other than, yo, shoot those things, so... Guess I'm piecing out from there. Got him. What is this? Okay. Oh, am I stuck pointing out this? Okay. Oh, shit. Maybe that's why that looks so goofy. I was actually about to say, like, this is probably a perfect place to have another Strider encounter. And I hate when I'm right sometimes. Like one of those scanner things following me? Oh yeah. Hello. Yes, keep coming down the stairs. Yeah. Where'd those scanners go? I only got one of them. This looks like... Oh, fuck. At least they give me energy. Could be worse. I am almost out of it. Great. Hey. What? Oh. Hey, this is a bathroom. Have you no shame? So it's a bathroom with just 2 sinks and then sure. This is how they do it in Europe. Okay, so alright, now that that's out of the way, I can run past this, I guess. I'm supposed to be shooting that down or what? Also don't know if those are friendlies or combine. Oh hey, I guess I am. All right. Get some first. See you. You're not taking my picture. Oh, god damn it. Every time. Let's call that a death. Strider getting low, doing the Yakuza squat. Got him. Okay. That was probably completely optional, but you know. Oh. Surely that.
Dr. Freeman! It's a mess out there. This close to the Citadel, they've turned the streets over to Striders. I think we can push them back if we can just get to high ground. We're almost to the Citadel wall, Doc. I don't know how the hell we're gonna breach it, but you've made it this far. I'm sure you'll think of something.
All right. Sure.
We have to get to the horse!
a horse. Oh shit. Alright, I think at this point, just any Strider I come across, I'm just going to assume I need to kill. What happened to my team? Alright, when the jams come on, that's when you know Half-Life is happening. Crossbow the Strider. Sure. Take this medkit. What? Where? Ooh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure anything that isn't a rocket launcher won't do much on the old Striders. Don't step on me, bro. What? What? Okay. Take this medkit. Nice. Perfect. Nailed it. Seems like a bad place to hang out.
Look out, Freeman! My arm!
Get out of the way! Well, at least I can get some ammo.
Hey, Dr. Freeman, I'll come with you.
MP3 player. Either that or it's the Half-Life boombox. HED Mark V boombox. Oh, what's that Strider coming from? Alright, Strider's up there. Oh, hey. What am I supposed to go here? Oh, jeez. Okay, where do I go from here? Supposed to jump across all this? Not get wrecked by a Strider? This is scouting. Okay, that's where I came from. But this is where I came from? Okay, I clearly gotta get up there where the rockets are. Yeah, probably supposed to... Oh! Oh, it's this. Oh, shit. I don't remember that hole in the wall being there.
I'm coming with you.
It must have been made with the Strider shooting. Totally safe. Absolutely. Oh, man.
Wait for me, Dr. Freeman. I'll come with you.
All right. Clear out the roof theory. Oh, come on, Rocket. Okay, I need to be more, a little more cautious here.
I'll come with you.
Oh, come on! Get out of the way! Oh, there's a gunship over there, too. Okay. Oh, there's two of them. Okay, no. Two of them and the gunship? These Striders have extremely short attention spans. Horse. Oh. Hey. Sure.
Like that! Take this med kit.
Alright. How do I... Guess I gotta drop down into there? I'll go through there, maybe? Or just break my legs. Cool. Yeah, that was a fun encounter. That reminded me a lot of the, like Half-Life 1 helicopter segment. Okay, horse was that way? Where's the horse again? That way. So something somewhere blew up when I took down the Strider, I think. Not that way.
Excuse me.
Excuse you. Going back that way is likely not gonna be the way to go. Huh. How the hell do you get over there? Supposed to drop down into here? Maybe? The horse is that way. I'm going like exact wrong direction. Like they had a nice pace of things going here, and then suddenly it's I don't know where I'm going. I don't think dropping down anywhere is gonna help. I've already been down there. I broke those boxes. And then that didn't do anything. You gotta go down here and then get out to the streets again, maybe? Like backtrack? No, they don't. Okay, they straight up don't let you backtrack. Because there's a horse. I gotta get over there. And I don't think you can... Okay, can we do this? Clearly this is the play. Alright. And then, yep, just Skyrim up to here. This is absolutely what they intended. Okay? No way, there's an invisible wall. Fucking hell. Okay, well, clearly that's where you're supposed to go. Alright. Alright, hold up. This is... Yep. This is... Yeah? Yeah? Hey, don't throw grenades at me. Alright. Okay, it's not letting me climb up this any higher. Oh no! Oh yes. Okay. Perhaps if I can get a car up here. And that is absolutely the intended solution here. Okay. Alright. We're almost to progress, boys. Can I, Okay. Alright. So here's what we're gonna do. Alright. Okay. Alright. I don't think this is the play here. Alright. I'm gonna have to admit defeat here. That is likely not the way you're supposed to go. But that's where I need to go, though. So we have a clue now. So now I just need to get over there. Somehow.
Dr. Freeman, I'm coming with you.
Ah, yes. Could have used your help getting over that wall there, but
Follow Freeman.
it's so yeah. This is where they. What? Is it through here? Sure.
Sorry, Freeman.
Surely not. Like, ooh. Alright, hold. I don't think it's that. Like, we're trying to get over there, and I don't.
Sorry.
Like, there's this little door underneath here. Maybe that was it? Maybe it's this? But no, this is just... Yeah, that's just... What? It didn't involve dropping down. I don't see any path on the upper part there. Oops. Okay, over there. Like, there's a... There's this, but then that only goes here. And I've already been over here. And that's where I've been. Like, maybe I gotta jump from there down to there?
Sorry.
Oh, squad. Get out of the way, squad. That doesn't seem right. That's the exact opposite of where I want to go. Is it this beam here that you're supposed to? Oh, okay. Here we go. Found it. Found it. All right. I even went over here earlier too. All right, we did it. The nightmare's over, team. The world's dumbest man finally found something. Oh man, what the hell? What the hell?
Here, boy, dog. Come back here, dog.
All right.
Help me out here. Dog came crashing through the plaza, knocking over walls, and I think he's looking for Alex. He seems to have it set in his head that she's in the Citadel. I figured Alex wouldn't want him getting any deeper in trouble, but hell, you try stopping him.
I can't even remember the last time we saw Alex. The only thing I remember is looking for the way over here now. Taking a nap. Alright, dog.
Hey, dog! Not there! You can't get through that way! Well, I'll be damned. I think he wants you to go through, Gordon. You'd better hurry. And if you see Dr. Breen, tell him I said...
Uh-oh. I heard that clearly, no censorship there. Filthy mouths in this game. Alright, our benefactors. Okay. Okay. I know, right? If they didn't censor that, their ESRB rating would have gone from an M to an M. Dang. Glad they censored that. In this game where, like, there's gore everywhere. Non-stop violence. But no, gotta censor those F words. Okay. So this part reminds me of Zen, except it's everything is gray metal rather than dumb alien stuff. I probably want to take the one on this side. They don't get turned into goo here. So this part, I remember this from when I first played this. Guess this is a pretty distinct portion of the game. Why are they zapping them? I don't know, to clean them, maybe? I don't know. Well, these probably eventually circle around back to the cleany beam I assume this is all connected. Like, it might take several days for Space Coffin to get there, but it likely will. This part also reminds me of The Matrix, too. That probably heavily influenced this. This is the farms. All right. Yeah, The Matrix was 99, I think. Early 99. Escalade, mescalade, yep. That and flip phones. So Escalades was the sequels. All the Chevys. Nothing but Chevys in the Matrix sequels. Yeah, and payphones will be a thing, yep. I hope they bring those back for Matrix 4. But I imagine Matrix 4, like everything else in production right now, probably had to pause production for all the stuff going on right now.
Security alert. Unregistered weapons detected.
I can't move.
Confiscation field engaged.
Well, just like Half-Life 1. There goes all your shit. Except that. This is 0 point. Okay, it's blue now. Oh shit. Okay, it works on humanoids now. All right. We need you to...
So, this is Dr. Freeman. At last. I wish I could say this was a pleasant surprise, but it's neither a surprise nor, as you will surely agree, very pleasant. Well, I am nothing if not pragmatic.
Alright. Oh god, the architect. Yep. Oh man. Can't take their guns because that would be silly. Who'd want to do that?
Under other circumstances, I like to think we might have been able to work together in an atmosphere of mutual trust and respect. Certainly, judging from your brief tenure at Black Mesa while I was its administrator, you showed every promise of becoming a valuable and productive contributor to the scientific process. And yet, I'm not sure what spurred you to it. But there is really no place in this enterprise for a rogue physicist.
Sure. So at this point, I'm pretty much just spamming left click and right click, and it's doing okay. Let's just... Okay. Powers up things? Okay. Neat. Oh man, that really, holy shit. Okay, and that turns off. Oops, got it. This is a mess. Yes. Keep coming at me. All right. Sure. Holy shit. Okay.
Your mentors are partly to blame, of course. My disappointment in Eli Vance and Isaac Kleiner is far greater than my sorrow over your unfortunate choice of career path.
Yeah, multi-ball.
Could not have done otherwise. Who knows what seeds of iconoclasm they planted when you were young and gullible. But while they certainly share a great part of the responsibility for the recent troubles, it is you alone who have chosen to act with such willful disregard for humanity's future.
Oh, I'm supposed to... The right click on this mouse doesn't work as well as I want it to sometimes. Oh. Nice spawn, bro. So what's the point of this part? Okay. Oh, this is an elevator? Oh. Near him. Where at? Oh. Usually easier to just pull him like that rather than try and hit him with the balls. Ooh, okay. Of course, that keeps happening.
Tell me, Dr. Freeman, if you can. You have destroyed so much. What is it exactly that you have created? Can you name even one thing? I thought not.
He's right. Fuck, he's right. You got me there. Right? Corpse. Yep, that's
foundation for
accurate.
humanity's survival. And not as we have narrowly defined ourselves, but as something greater than we could ever imagine. Something we can now only begin to glimpse.
Sure. All right. What?
Emergency. User dead.
Alright, you're probably supposed to hit that thing with the balls.
I have laid the foundation for humanity's survival.
It's probably the balls generator over here. Well, it's worked pretty well for me so far. Oh, there we go. There's the balls generator. Dang it. Okay.
Foundation for humanity's survival.
How's it even doing? shit. Okay. Yeah, it says emergency user death imminent. Is the message.
Look, Gordon. Look at what you are throwing away. Is it worth it?
What? What am I throwing away? Like, there we go. All right, Hell Station. I'll take it. Okay. Well, let's get in, I guess. Yep. Luckily, there's a Hell Station there, and I couldn't blow myself up. I wonder if you can you get out? Okay, so if you hit E, it doesn't do anything. Yep, 200 on the suit. This is... Steam VR is still standing by. It's still in VR mode. Soylent Green, yep. I've actually got another jar of a different brand of the meal replacement powder coming in. That is, it's not Soylent brand. It's like some sort of Planto. What's it even called? It apparently tastes better than Soylent. Orgain organic meal. It was supposed to be delivered yesterday, but it didn't make it here in time. All right. I used Orgain. Like, I looked at the reviews for it, and for a certain period of time, it was... Oh, for most of it, it was like, yeah, this is fine. And then for a period of, like, 2 weeks, it was like, this stuff literally poisoned me. So apparently there was a bad batch that made it out there. But the same thing has happened to Soylent too, so that's nothing new with the old powdered food game.
It's no use. Until you're where he wants you, there's nothing you can do. I'm sorry, Gordon.
Carbon stars with ancient satellites colonized by sentient gas giants, inhabited by vast meteor.
Well, I'm assuming if you Rogaine like your beard.
Stretched thin across the
Rogaine is a hair growth tonic. It's not coloring. That's just for men.
With our limited vocabulary.
What I've seen is also beyond words, Breen. Genocide. Indescribable evil. Good God.
Well, I'm gonna have to be hitting that Rogaine at some point. We're getting there.
What's this? I'll put it over there. You have my gratitude, Doctor. First you lead me straight to the doorstep of my oldest friend, and then you deliver yourself? If I'd known you were going to come straight up to my office, I wouldn't have bothered hunting you in the first place. Having both of you in my keeping ensures I can dictate the terms of any bargain I care to make with the Combine.
Dr. Breen. Wallace.
Yes, Judith, what is it?
The bargain we should be making is for Eli's life so he can continue his research.
Thanks to you, we have everything we need in that regard. You're more than qualified to finish his research yourself. What neither you nor I can do is convince that rabble in the streets to give up their senseless struggle. Yet Eli refuses to speak the words that would save them all.
Save them? For what?
Eli, if you won't do the right thing for the good of all people, maybe you'll do it for one of them.
Alex, honey...
Dad. Gordon?
God damn you, Breen, you let her go!
That's all up to you, my old friend. Will you let your stubborn short-sightedness doom the entire species, or will you give your child the chance her mother never had?
How dare you even mention her?
Alex, my dear, you have your mother's eyes, but your father's stubborn nature.
You haven't seen a bit of it yet.
Really? Well, let's see how well it serves you on the far side of a Combine portal.
Go ahead, Breen. If that's the worst you can do, send us both through your portal.
Oh, it's hardly the worst. But you might find that hard to believe once you get there.
It isn't necessary.
I agree. It's a total waste. Fortunately, the Resistance has shown it is willing to accept a new leader. And this one has proven to be a fine pawn for those who control him.
No!
Don't listen to him, Gordon.
How about it, Dr. Freeman? Did you realize your contract was open to the highest bidder?
Gordon would never make any kind of deal with you.
I understand if you don't wish to discuss this in front of your friends. I'll send them on their way, and then we can talk openly.
Don't struggle, honey.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
Alex, sweetheart.
Judith? What do you think you're doing?
We're doing what I could never do alone. We're stopping you.
Yes.
Guards, get in here! They know you betrayed them. They'll turn on you. Judith, Dr. Mossman, please!
I'm sorry, Wallace. You're all out of time. Don't...
Hurry! Dad, hang on.
You fool!
Watch out, he's gonna...
No!
Yep.
Dad!
Oh, no. Don't worry about me, honey.
There's no time, Alex. He's on his way to the portal. You'll need this.
Dr. Mossman, Judith, look after my father.
Don't you worry.
Dad, I'm not saying goodbye.
Never.
Come on, Gordon. Let's go.
That's my girl.
All right. Yep, we're here for port. All right, chair. Let's go.
Gordon, we haven't known each other very long, but I know you didn't have to do this. I had to rescue my father, but you... Well, thanks for coming after me.
It's me you should be considering.
Hey, listen.
I can still deliver.
That's him.
But not without your help. The portal destination is untenable. Surely you can set the relay elsewhere. There's no way I can survive in that environment. A host body? You must be joking. I can't possibly...
There he is.
Oh, all right. Damn it, if that's what it takes. Just hurry. He's right behind you. Oh, shit.
All right.
Damn it, not again!
The gravity gun. He doesn't have a clue, does he?
Sure. Oh yeah, we can.
I wonder where he's going.
All right. You're gonna need this, Alex. There you go.
Oh my god. This is the Citadel's dark fusion reactor. It powers their tunneling entanglement device. We'll never have a chance like this again. We've got to stop him, Debris. I can't shut it down. Looks like he's turned over control to the other side. You'll have to go into the core and do what you can. Get in the elevator and I'll let you in.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
Charge up your suit.
Yep. Hey, Gordon Freeman needs to keep himself entertained.
Gordon.
Do my worst?
Be careful.
Well, shit. Don't I want to do my best? Oh man, look at that. Oh, that's
Dr. Freeman, there he is.
Dr. Freeman, you really shouldn't be out there. At the moment of synapse, as I teleport, this chamber will be bathed in deadly particles that have yet to be named by human science. Perhaps when I have the leisure to do the work myself, I'll name one of them after you. That way you won't be completely forgotten. When the singularity collapses, I will be far away from here, in another universe, as a matter of fact. You, on the other hand, will be destroyed in every way it is possible to be destroyed, and even in some which are essentially impossible.
Oh no, Combine soldiers. Where did they come from?
I don't know what you can possibly
shit.
achieve apart from your own annihilation.
alright. Don't go into the beam.
Oh no, Combine soldiers. Where did they come from?
I don't know what you can possibly hope to achieve apart from your own annihilation.
Don't listen to him, Gordon.
I warned you this was futile.
He's bluffing, Gordon. Don't listen to him.
Supposed to... Wait. What am I supposed to be doing? Writing these up, maybe? Oh, okay. Probably those. That thing.
Oh no, Breen started his ascent.
Supposed to go here. Over to that thing, maybe? But this is... Ouch, my legs. Okay. And that just brought me back here. Alright, so up to the second floor, and then... up to there, maybe? Okay.
Keep going.
And this...
I could have told you that was pointless, Dr. Freeman.
Go, Gordon.
Are you still with us, Dr. Freeman? Not for much longer, I think. If only you had harnessed your boundless energy for a useful purpose. I hope you said your farewells. Go back, Freeman. You have no idea what you're doing.
Let's shoot down the space manatee. I don't have a space boat propeller handy to easily take it down.
Oh, yeah! You did it! Come on, Gordon. We've got to get out of here. Maybe we still have...
Uh-oh.
Time, Dr. Freeman? Is it really that time again? It seems as if you only just arrived. You've done a great deal in a small time span. You've done so well, in fact, that I've received some interesting offers for your services. Ordinarily, I wouldn't contemplate them, but these are extraordinary times. Rather than offer you the illusion of free choice, I will take the liberty of choosing for you, if and when your time comes round again. I do apologize for what must seem to you an arbitrary imposition, Dr. Freeman. I trust it will all make sense to you in the course of... well, I'm really not at liberty to say. In the meantime, this is where I get off.
Oh? Oh. I see. Alright. Half-Life 2, huh? I'm going with the alphabetical credits, huh? Much longer credits in this one. Interesting game. Is that you don't know who made the baller music. Unless they did that separately. Larry the Count. Special thanks to Alienware. ATI, remember them? ATI. Falcon Northwest, remember them? Soft Image. So it's not Soft Image, by the way. I learned that not that long ago. It's Soft Image is the name of that software. Sure. And SLK Technologies. And Soft Image.
Lamar!
Oh.
Blast that little... Where did she get to?
Alright. Half-Life 2. Neat. Okay. Cut the timer on this one. And wrap up the old Half-Life 2, huh? Okay. So, a decent amount longer than Half-Life 1. So Half-Life 1 took me about 9 hours to get through. And I died, what, like 55 times, I want to say? So we died less than half the amount of times in Half-Life 2 in a longer span of time. So the deaths per hour, about half of Half-Life 1's. Still 348 safety scum safety saves. But yeah. Completed, absolutely cheated. Nope, I don't think I even opened the console even once, so this is as legit as it gets. Okay, things I liked. Really cool use of the physics system. Great graphics. Better music. Enemy AI felt smart. Some really cool set piece encounters. So what I mean by that is the encounters like the airboat with the helicopter. I thought that was like really cool, that boss fight with the helicopter. I felt that the opening to the game where you're pulling into the train depot and making your way to Barney and then making your way to Dr. Kleiner's lab, I thought that was a cooler intro than the Half-Life intro sequence of taking the tram and then slowly walking your way through to the experiment area. I think it worked better in Half-Life 2 than in 1, and certainly better than anything Opposing Force and Blue Shift did. Let's see, other cool encounters. So the fighting the Striders towards the end of the game, that was really cool. I like the twist at the end with taking your weapons and only giving you the gravity gun. That was pretty neat. That forced you to kind of think a bit differently in terms of combat than you did for the rest of the game, and I thought that was a neat touch that they did that. Let's see. What else did I like? Better storytelling. Let's see. Felt a bit more fair than the first few games. It felt like there was a lot less bullshit deaths in this one. Typically in this one, if there's a death, it was probably my fault. For maybe a third or so of the deaths in the Half-Life 1 playthrough were probably not as much my fault and so much as the game's like, whoops, you went 1 millimeter in the wrong direction and then something insta-killed you. And there was very little of that in this one. And even stuff that typically would have one-shot you in Half-Life 1 maybe got you down to half health, or just very low health. So that certainly felt neat. Let's see, another thing I liked was the Ravenholm sequence. So, like, it was about, 40% into the game was the Ravenholm section, where the game went from, like, kind of a standard running gun shooter to more survival horror based, and you had to really pace yourself ammo-wise and health-wise, and also everything's super dark, so you had to use your flashlight all the time. You also had to make use of the gravity gun during that section extensively, and that was also a great area to kind of showcase all the cool stuff you could do with using the gravity gun for offensive purposes. That whole part was really neat. And I guess that fits in with the set piece encounters. Like you can pretty much say all of Ravenholm is a set piece, and it certainly set apart from the rest of the game. As far as other stuff that I can think of, that's about it for things that really jumped out at me as things I liked in Half-Life 2. All right, things I didn't like about Half-Life 2. Maybe a little too long for a first-person shooter. Like, just a little too long. Let's see. Occasionally, teammates would still get in your way. So maybe just maybe, like not being enough variety in weaponry, but as I think about that a second time, like yeah, there's plenty of variety, and it's pretty much the same as what Half-Life 1 had. Like they didn't have the weird energy weapon stuff that they did in Half-Life 1, and that maybe might have made it a little bit better, but no. Besides that, like, there's not much else that I can really think of that stuck out as me as something I didn't like. Yeah, I'm not coming up with anything. So, great game. Okay, dank memes. This is where I get off. Lamar the head crab. Dog. Teleportation cat. Getting killed by very obvious traps. Getting killed by shooting myself in the face with a rocket. Multiple times. Yeah, that's probably it for that. Okay, all right, drum bass. Yeah, this had it. Ayla Mouse. Yep, absolutely. Okay, difficulty is it hard. So, I played this on medium or normal, I guess is what they call this one. So I had half the amount of deaths as opposed to Half-Life 1, and it took an additional 2.5 hours longer than Half-Life 1 did. So I would say that this is an easier game. They do a better job of kind of showing the player where to go and what to do next. It's not like they didn't do that in the first game, but it felt like the critical path was a little bit easier to find in this, and also the extra spots were actually, they were literally labeled. The spots that were out of the way, they had the orange lambda spray on those spots. So if you saw one of those, you knew, like, hey, look somewhere else for trying to find where to go next. The combat was a little bit harder than Half-Life 1 because you really couldn't cheese enemies in this one. Like, for the most part, you were either fighting the Combine foot soldiers or you're fighting the headcrabs and zombies. So the headcrabs and zombies were, I want to say, a little bit easier in this than in Half-Life 1. Because it's not like they made the AI for those any better. They still did pretty much the same thing. However, the humanoid enemies, like the Combine soldiers, were a fair bit harder than in 1. Those felt like they always knew where you were. They hardly ever missed. They coordinated with each other, so they weren't just coming at you all on a line. They would fan out and come at you at all angles, even on normal, which certainly adds to the challenge and makes it a lot more rewarding doing those encounters. Like, I felt the need to use grenades more in this game as opposed to 1, because that just, you're almost always being attacked from multiple angles, and if you threw out a grenade or use a gravity gun to throw one back at the enemies, that always seemed an effective solution to a lot of the problems this game gives you combat-wise. Yeah, and then aside from the combat and the exploration, there was also puzzles in this game. So this game had the physics system in it. So rather than the puzzles in Half-Life 1 being, okay, slide this box around and then jump on top of it to get to where you need to go, or turn some cranks in this order to open a thing. In this one, it was more like, okay, here is a thing you need to do, like raise a bridge, and then it gives you things around the environment that you need to use the physics system and place them in specific spots to solve those puzzles. That was a neat use of it, and that required a little bit more thinking than a typical shooter would. So that added some difficulty to it. Let's see, the platforming I didn't think was all that difficult, and it's nice that they made the ladders actually work rather than the first game. Like it, for one, there was less ladders in this one, which is appreciated, and two, the ones that you did have to use, you stuck to that thing once you got onto it, and then if you hit the spacebar, it would gently launch you off rather than fly you across the map like it did in the first game. So that was appreciated. So all in all, I'd say that this isn't stupid easy, but it is easier than I'd say average. It's a whole lot more doable to get through on normal difficulty than like the first game, with less trouble. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'd say for difficulty, and then overall. So that's pretty easy to me. Half-Life 2 is a fantastic game. There's very little not to like about it. Like maybe if you don't like first-person shooters, then yeah, I could see why you probably wouldn't like this one either. Though even then, just play through it on easy or something, or turn on God mode and cheat through it or something. Because like man, the systems, the storytelling, the graphics, just for 2004, this is just head and shoulders above pretty much everything else that came out at the time. And it's just a great game, top to bottom. Like, even if you're not into shooters, this is probably still going to be a great game for you. And yeah, that is how I feel about Half-Life 2. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, the airbot section a little too long. Yeah, it is. Actually, I thought the dune buggy section was too long as well, which is why I'm glad they cut out that section that they turned into Lost Coast. Because man, making that even longer, that probably would have been real bad there. And yeah, we still got 2 episodes left to go here on Half-Life 2. Got Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2. Also have to do Portal 2. And those are the 3 like Half-Life series games, or Portal is Half-Life adjacent, let's say. Before we'll be ready for Half-Life Alyx. And that one's out on the 23rd, so we got 7 days until that one unlocks. So we should be able to do it. Apparently Half-Life 2 Episode 1 and Episode 2 are fairly short. I might even be able to do them both in the same stream. I don't know if I want to attempt that or not, but we certainly could. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. And yeah, still want to... So even though I tested out the VR setup at the beginning of the stream, and we've determined that everything will work for it, I still do want to play through Moss, just to make sure that everything is absolutely working before we do Half-Life Alyx. So that's probably still on the cards. So if for like the next stream, I'll probably put up a poll again, like I did before on the Discord and Twitter, about which one to do next, whether we do Portal 2 or jump straight into Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 1. That like doesn't really matter to me. I'm fine with either choice. But yeah, I'll probably put that up there, and then we'll go from there. So yeah, probably gonna be streaming again tomorrow night. But that will do it for tonight. I gotta tear down this VR setup, cables and controllers all over the place right now. All right, so as always, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate y'all coming by. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care.